All right, what's up? What's up? What's up? Good morning, good morning, good morning to all the good people out there in the boxing world. What's going on? Sundown Legend in the building. What's going on, man? Ray Patterson, what's happening? Deep man, hey dog, let me tell you something, DJ OC. I hadn't seen you in some days. I ain't seen my man so deep in some days. I was like, man, where my boys at? These man, they ain't showing up because as Errol Spence lost. I was like, man, you come on now. Where y'all at? What's going on, man? You know what it is. Parlor V's Wheaton, baby. Parlor V's Wheaton, baby. Y'all know this. You need to all subscribe, man. I think tonight I'm gonna listen to some good music this Friday night, man. I think I'm gonna listen to some of that good old music tonight. Hold on one second, man. Let me say, man, look, man, subscribe to my guys, man. Hit that button, man. Subscribe to my guys, man. Subscribe to my guys. Just press that button for them, brother. Press the button for them. Give them a chance. Listen to whenever you can get there. What's going on? Daniel McKinney in the building. What's going on? Ernie V. Nicholas Simmons in the building. What's going on? Astro Atmosphere. Love and loyalty, brother. What's good? Thomas Hill. Ray Patterson. Brock Howard. Robin Soto, Puerto Rico. What's up? Terrell W in the building. Aisha, sister in the building. What's going on? What's going on, Wendell? Terrell W said Tank still pay-per-view king. Also, that's also why I say he's now the face of boxing. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that. Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. We're gonna get into that. I've got a couple things to say, but today I'm going to make sure that I'm really respectful of the people that support the channel. It should be time for the regulars to be here. There shouldn't be a whole lot of hangers on, not hangers on. You know what you guys do out there sitting there stewing, listening to me, trying to make videos about me. I see you, man. I saw you, dog. I saw you. I saw your video. I was looking up my channel just today on Type for Non International Boxing so that I could, get to the screen for the live stream. And I saw it, dog. You're still a fan, man. You're still a fan. I like that, bro. You out there counterpunching. I like that, you slowpoke. Dog, I like that you're out there watching me, man, that you're giving me. Man, make sure you hit that dislike button, man. Make sure you hit, if you're gonna use my name for free content, bro, at least hit the like button. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna be doing commercials for me on your channel, dog, I ain't seen you in a while, man. Last time I remember seeing you was when you were sitting there crying like a bitch when Andre Ward knocked out Sergey Kovalev and you wanted Andre Ward thrown out of boxing. That's the last time I heard from you. When you were gleeful. When you refused to sit on that loss that Andre Ward gave Kovalev and you wanted him out of boxing. Oh, it's a robbery. And then when Andre Ward knocked out Sergey Kovalev, you cried like a baby. You had a meltdown, cried like a baby, and wanted Andre Ward's belt stripped for low blows. Remember that? Let me tell y'all, dog. Every dog has his day. A broken clock is right twice a day. Any idiot, if they guess long enough, can get a boxing call right. It's a 50-50 shot on who it is every fight. It's not like you got to pick between 15 people to say who's going to win. You only got to pick between two. So you take the guy that is the betting favorite, and then you think you did something. Man, you are a moron. I know you're a moron. I know you'll never click that link to talk to me about no boxing because you've been taking L's. How long ago was it that Andre Ward whooped your boy? You don't even you most definitely are one of the biggest tap dancing, bootlicking, Uncle Sammy Sosa ass acting on the planet, bro. Don't get brave now. You know what I'm saying? Don't get brave. Don't get brave. You do to be wrong again. But that's, I guess, why when I jumped on YouTube and started doing videos and I had no subscribers, and you were already very, very well established, that we just kind of ran by your ass because you are a troll who, by the way, has to put my name in videos. So thank you for the 10,000 views or whatever you got talking about the kid, because your video is only a testament to my success. At least you could do is hit the super chat for it. You know what I mean? It's the least you could do. Hit me up with a Cash App, bro. You know what I mean? Not a copyright strike, but can I get some royalties? Can I get a little royalties off you using my name? You bum. Anyway, though, had to clown you for a second. Anyway, still, hey, what's up, Barbara D in the building? What's going on, man? Oh, that's beautiful, Barbara D. Look, hang in there. No, I don't want any smoke today. It's smoke free. No, it's smoke free. I'm gonna do some things and say some things that are, that need to be said about Terence Crawford. Let me tell you something. A. Beasy said he's blessing you. Man, you better kiss my ass, bro. Don't nobody care about that, dude. Get the fuck out of my face. What the fuck you talk? What are you talking about, clown? Bless me with some money. Otherwise, you're a fucking troll. Get your troll ass out of my fucking face. Smush. You know what I mean? What you talking about, dog? What you talking about? Terence Crawford blessed me by saying my name. He did. I ain't gonna lie. Terence Crawford blessed me by saying my name. You bozos, I don't need those blessings. I don't need them. Take that blessing and shove it up your ass. How about that? And then open your hands and let it go. You got me twisted. Anyway, so let's get on this because I want to be positive today. I really do. Because Terence Crawford has really done an excellent job. And his team has done an excellent job. No joke. They really got something that they deserve. They got on a gigantic stage an ability to really show how great a fighter he is and how excellent a team that they have. Absolutely, positively, they have. See, now I'm off all of this. I did all of that stuff yesterday with all y'all trolls need to get off my back. All that stuff, I had to get those guys off my back before I could really be free to celebrate what Terence Crawford has done. He is now entered into the highest level of boxing. Without a doubt, he has entered into the highest level of boxing. He is I'm not going to say it's his era because it's not his era, but I will say this, that he is absolutely positively entered into the pantheon of the greatest welterweights ever. His name has to be mentioned with Sugar Ray Robinson and Sugar Ray Leonard and Floyd Mayweather Jr. There's just a handful of people in the that have ever fought in the welterweight division that are on the level that Terence Crawford is as a fighter. And that's just the truth. And it is very, very happy. Very, very, very happy. I'm very, very happy that people are able to see that level of excellence coming from any human being. And it is absolutely fantastic that they did, what, 675,000 pay-per-views? That is awesome. Seeing as that was a fight between two black fighters that did not have two different fan bases. And if you really listen to everything that's going on and the intensity that's going on in channels and all that, it is really black people who are all arguing with each other, which even though it's not necessarily the most fun thing in the world to go through, it is because that idiot King, that moron, I know that is black people that bought that fight. He and Errol Spence Jr. brought black people out to watch that fight in droves, to do 600, almost 700,000 pay-per-views with no Latinos. Now you ask me, when was the last time that you got a non-heavyweight fight, that you sold that many tickets, that many with only one demographic? With only one. That's not the heavyweight division. It's Mike Tyson and Holyfield and Lennox Lewis. That's the last time. Floyd Mayweather Jr., I don't even know if he's ever done 650,000 pay-per-views fighting a black man. Have you? Terence Crawford put a rehydration clause. Is it wrong for me to feel Crawford put a rehydration clause on Errol and it paid off? I mean, I don't know. That's pure D speculation, bro. I don't know anything about that. I've never heard anything about a rehydration clause. Never heard anything about a rehydration clause. Errol, if he took a rehydration clause, that's on Errol. But I've never heard anything about a rehydration clause. I never heard it. Never heard anything about it. So that's just pure speculation, bro. What do you mean Zab? Floyd and Zab? No. Definitely. Mosley's pay-per-view numbers against... Hold on. Floyd, Mayweather, Shane, Mosley, pay-per-view sales. Oh, yeah, that ain't no lie. They killed that shit. Floyd 1.4. That is huge. You're right. That's a good one. Yeah, you're right. Floyd and Shane. But Floyd and Shane is big like that too. That's big. That's Floyd. Okay, so there's Floyd. Yeah, I did. Thank you, Sincere Milk. That's good. That's big, though. Yeah, thank you, Sincere Milk. Yeah, no doubt. That's a good one. Yeah, that's big, though. That's big. So, okay, so you had that one. That's good. Thank you. I don't know, Floyd and Zab, but it's Floyd. So Floyd was that. I don't know. Floyd was that. Might have been that. Eric Butler, let me tell you something, man. I'm going to be very polite to you. When you say salute to you not making excuses, one of the few, I almost want to really cuss you out. All right? I almost want to cuss you out. But I'm really trying to be positive today. I really am trying to be positive because I think this is great news. I think it's great news for Terence Crawford. I think it's great news. And to the victor goes the spoils. I'm really trying not to cuss you out. Just to let you know, because I want to keep it positive. I want to have fun today. So I'll explain it in a positive way. I can make an excuse, and I really wouldn't care what you think about me doing it. I make excuses I give an excuse for black people suffering in this world in a minute. I'm not going to allow some white supremacist to tell me I can't make excuses about the suffering of black people. So I'll be damned if I let some boxing fan tell me that I can't give an excuse for a fighter not performing well. That to me just sounds like somebody that is not willing to have a discussion and consider things. And you're name calling. Oh, that's just an excuse. Dude, you're not my daddy. You're not my daddy. Giovanni Walker, much love, brother, but I speak about whatever I want to speak about. They don't get to me. Trust me. I get to them. That's why they do videos about me. Hey, what's going on? Be clear, Giovanni Walker. Trolls don't get to me. I get to them. That's why they're trolling. You know how they say, if you don't have haters, you ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing something. You get haters because you're making them hate. That means I'm getting to them. But I don't consider him a hater. I just see him taking a little bit of a shot at other people that are not named me. Champy, your mama's been extra cranky. You know what I mean? Let's just leave it at that. Your mama's been extra cranky. Anyway, congratulations to Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. on, man, that's a lot. That's a lot of pay-per-view sales in that circumstance. No joke. That's a lot of money those dudes made. Over $25 million for each one of those guys, according to what people are guessing. Fanon, that wasn't Errol, bro. I'm sorry. Benjamin Newsom. Look, man. How can I say this? Let me be good about it. Errol got $25 million, bro. And if you get into the ring, you made the decision to get into the ring. Period. If you got into the ring, you decided to get in the ring. And that's his, and he has to live with the consequences of the decision that he made. The only reason that I would bring anything up about a rib injury or dehydration or any of that was to counter an obvious attack to sully the man's name because people said that he was damaged beyond comprehension. He never should have been in the ring. When people say that, that steals from Terence Crawford. And it steals interest from any rematch that Errol has negotiated the right to get, no less than the paycheck that he got. So I do not want to be arrogant when I say this, but some of y'all just dumb. Sometimes there's a need for clarification and explanation. There is. And that is when when the absence of an explanation, people make terrible assumptions. And the longer that you sit there, the more their attacks hurt you. Let's take Michael Jackson, for example. Michael Jackson was advised to stay silent about what happened when he was first accused of doing things that he was not supposed to be doing. And he, to his grave, said that the biggest mistake he ever made was not to let these guys go to court. Put him in court and make that man defend it in court. He had taken the advice of somebody else to say, just pay it, just be quiet. Don't bring it up, pay him the money and it'll go away. That was the worst mistake he'd ever made in his life. Because then, and just assume that he didn't do what he was accused of doing, people would not have torn his name, his brand, and his family all to pieces. Because he refused to stand up and say what somebody else was saying was not true. And in your silence is acquiescence in many instances. People take your silence as an admission. Well, if it wasn't true, he would have said something. So Errol, if it's not true that he has residual neurological damage, if it's not true and he doesn't say anything, then people are going to assume it's true. And they're just going to run with it and run with it and run with it. And then if he says, hey, man, look, I don't want to tell you this, but my shoulder was injured. And no, I didn't really make the weight. So then you got one crowd jumping on him for making the excuse, but at least it counteracts that whole narrative that was coming up out of those channels that he was doing, that he's brain dead. And I'm exaggerating with the statement, but Dr. 804, you are still a piece of shit for doing it. You know what I mean? So that's where I say, and I respect people that say don't make excuses, but sometimes it's time to make them. You go to court, you're in there for murder. You don't say, hey, man, yeah, I shot that kid. Hey, I shot that man. I did it, but I ain't got no excuses. I did it. No, I got an excuse. He was coming aggressively at me, and I feared for my life. That's an excuse to shoot him. Sometimes you need to make them. And again, I'm not in the business. Like I said, people said, you just said, don't let trolls get to me. No, I get to trolls. I'm attacking trolls. You got me confused with somebody else. I'm going to go get you. I mean it. I'm going to go get you. You come around my parts, I'm going to go hunt you down. I'm going to call you out. I'm going to hunt you down. I'm not going to sit up in my house knowing full well you out here plotting on me. I'm going to get out the house and go find you. Just like the U.S. government does. They out there all over the world, like just in case you blinking, I'm right here with these things on you. No, man. I'm not going to sit back and take a ton of abuse from people. Come try to abuse me. That's what I said yesterday. Don't hide don't hide on somewhere else, listening to me like a bitch with your face like this, confused, talking to other people. That's some coward shit. That's some coward shit. You know what I mean? And I mean it. But anyway, I just say that because it's fun. I enjoy it. You know what I mean? But back to me trying to give Terence Crawford a lot of credit. Trying to get back to a bunch of credit. Getting a Kawasi Trucking. Shut up and go drive your fucking truck. Shut your ass up and pay attention to the roads. Okay, Mr. Trucking. All right. You know what I mean? Shut your ass up and pay attention to the road. I'm driving this ship. Get your ass out. Don't nobody care what you think. Shout out to all my truck drivers, bro. Shout out to all the truck drivers out there, though. But you really can't shut your ass up and pay attention to the road, okay? Before you fuck something up. And I don't want no excuses if you do it. You know what I mean? Don't make no excuses if that haul don't get there on time. Snap up. Ain't nobody trying to hear your excuses, bro. Don't speed. Yeah, hey, say undercar box got me in a truck now. I know a lot of people out there in trucks, bro. That's what's up. So anyway, let's keep going here, brother. Let's go. Hey, Hood Harmony said, good morning. I got time today. Let's get it for 9. You know what it is. We stay on that. And my guy, Mr. Pragmatic in the building. Say good morning, Fanon. Sending my support even though I can't participate kitchen remodeling this morning. Bro, let me tell you something, dog. Let me tell you about a rich dude, dog. Like Mr. Pragmatic. Out there remodeling his kitchen. I love it when black people shine like that. Boy, you know how many people can afford to remodel their kitchen? Dog, that's what's up. Congratulations on having enough free money to redo some shit just to look pretty. Gotta like it, gotta like it, gotta like it, gotta like it. Hey, Chris Richards, watch this. He said, I respect you for admitting you were wrong about Crawford. I don't know anything. You don't owe anything for anybody. Honestly, man, I wasn't wrong about Crawford. I was right about Crawford. I hate to, and I appreciate that, bro. But on the real, I was right about Crawford. I said he had a chance to win that fight. I didn't think he would. I thought Errol would, or I thought it was most likely that Errol would. But I said Terence Crawford had a chance to win that fight. And that was right. I also called Terence Crawford the #1 pound-for-pound fighter for years. And I was right. So there's only so much. What I was wrong about was that Errol would win the fight. But I was completely right about Terence himself. He's extremely well-balanced and the most well-balanced and best fighter in the world. Like I've been saying for, I don't know, since Andre Ward retired. Again, I give nuanced answers, bro. Crypto, I never said that. That's a lie. See, what you guys are doing is you're trying to put other people's words in my mouth, or you don't read well or listen well. I never said Terence Crawford was too little to win. Not ever. I never said that. Never. I'm in common sense and listening to you guys tell me all the things that I've said that I never said. Every time one of you guys jump up here and talk to me, you tell me something somebody else said. No, and it's not champion. It's not Terence Crawford's first decent win. He's had plenty of them. Like, he's an undisputed champion. You guys just don't pay attention to what I'm saying because you got so much set in your mind that you want to argue. Like right now, I'm literally trying to give this man a lot of flowers, and your bitch asses are standing in the way. Will you move out of the way so I can give this man his flowers? Kindly. I would like to give this man his flowers. Champy, will you be quiet and let me give it to him. Champy, go somewhere else. I'm not interested in talking about this. I look at boxing differently than you do. What I see is, let me get this super chat because this person matters and you just talking. Excuse me. LR in the building. What's going on, brother? LR. Thank you, brother. Let me tell you, man, because I honestly, man, you guys are really you guys are standing in the way of me giving this man his flowers. As much as you guys cry about giving this man his flowers, I'm literally trying to give them to him. And you, because you sound like more of a Spence fan. You Terence Crawford fans are literally standing in between me and him when I'm trying to get there. Trying to get me to hand you one. Hold on, man. Where you going? I'm going to give Terence Crawford his flowers. Man. You need to admit to me you're wrong. Give me that flower because I was right. Man, if you don't get your ass out my face, you troll. Can I get over here and get this man his flowers? Okay, please. Bernie the Boxer didn't do shit. Everybody in the world that knows boxing knows Terence Crawford's a hell of a fighter. Will you guys please stop it? Let me get to the man's flowers, bro. A Bud grueling match with Khan and why he beat EJ Fact. But hey, Big Dog Willie out here clowning, bro. But hey, thank you, Big Dog Willie, for the support. At least you supporting at least you clowning in the Cash App, bro. I mean in the super chat. Thank you, brother, for that support, bro. On the real, thank you for that support, brother. Yesterday, Pedro Burgess. He said, read my comment plus Pedro Burgess. Pedro, I did not see your super and thank you for that. Pedro Burgess, please leave a comment and put at Fanon so I can see it and I can read it for that $10 support you left yesterday. Thank you. East Jr., will you please stop saying things like that? First of all, nobody is really irrelevant. Okay? There's not an irrelevant human being on this earth because we are all the center of our own universe. I would only call somebody irrelevant if they were trying to shine on me. However, this is a boxing conversation, and I have to speak to people that agree with me and do not agree with me. I do that. This is what I do. I'm not going to say what my opinion is and not be willing to address people that disagree with me. And I have more to say to people that disagree with me than to people that don't, than agree with me. All I can say if you agree with me is, hey, man, cool. That's all I can do. If somebody disagrees with me or says something silly, I can respond to that. But dude, I'm up here on a live stream. That's my job. So let me do my job. That's just my job. You all that don't like me, you have the right to get on here and say something. And I will respond to you. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. And I don't even dislike you because it's just boxing. I'm not frustrated by you guys. You guys can't do that to me. For real. You can't. But let's get back to giving Bud his flowers for the $25 million that he got. Toward the culmination of a career that is most definitely a Hall of Fame career and somebody that should be considered up there with any welterweight that has fought in the last 50 years. Because he shows such an incredible balance of ring generalship, defense, effective aggression, and clean and effective punching. He has everything. And he showed that he has everything. And that camp at B&B Gym showed that they could put out a product that is excellent. That is excellence. He deserves that. That. And I'm so happy for him that it culminated in him and his family getting that type of wealth coming in. Just like I said when he said something to me and he thought I didn't mean it. Terence Crawford, I meant it. I want nothing but the best for you and your family. As a matter of religion, I want the best for you and your family. I do. Whatever God decides that best is for you, that's the best for you. I want nothing but the best for Errol Spence Jr. and his family, whatever God intends for that to be, because the person that the entity that decides what is the best is God. I wanted the same for Errol. I want the same for Deontay Wilder. And when Deontay Wilder says, "Speak it, believe it, receive it," and God saw him through in that fashion, I still believe that even in the Tyson Fury losses, that is what was intended for him. The great wealth that came in. Just like Errol Spence Jr., the great wealth that came in for his family. His bank account just got swole. So I'm telling you, I am a fan of Bud Crawford. I have always been a fan of Bud Crawford. But just like Bud Crawford has words put in his mouth and misunderstandings from boxing fans that think he said one thing when he meant another, that happens to me as well on a regular basis. I'm in the comment sections in the live streams where you have people telling other people that I said things that I never said and that I think things that I do not think. That is part of people confusing me with somebody that gives a fuck about what they think. If you understand me. So, you guys, I'd appreciate it if you get out of the way so I can give Bud his flowers. Since you demand that I give somebody something that I've been giving him for a decade now, let me just pull up the whole bundle and give it to him so you can see, so that you people can see it. And if it's camp lists, so they can see it. These are all things that I've always said. But you have people like that idiot that did a video about me because he doesn't have any original content of his own. He has to just react to what other people say. I don't think that is the cheapest and the raggediest way to create any type of content on YouTube. Reaction videos. There's no originality. All you're doing is making faces at somebody. You might as well be doing pimple popping videos. And they don't care about the person that's popping the pimples. They're just looking at the You see what I'm saying? There's nobody, in my opinion, in boxing YouTube that I have less respect for than people that do reaction videos to other content creators. Because that is just, you don't have any originality or the ability to carry a conversation in a fashion where somebody's interested in hearing you speak. That's your lack of talent. I'm sorry, God didn't bless you with talent. But don't hold it against me because you can't figure out something to say or you don't understand this. I cover only about 3 weight divisions. Just so you know, this is a Gervonta Davis channel. No, it's not. This is an Errol Spence Jr. channel. No, it's not. This is a Deontay Wilder channel. No, it's not. This is a historical boxing weight channel. I stay at 135, 147, 160, and heavyweight. If there are some fights that are taking place with fighters that have fought in that region and they move up and down a little bit, I'll cover that. But that is called focusing on your business. You cannot cover everything. You can't. There's too much. Now, I'm going to end that business lecture right now. Okay? Because you don't deserve it. Because you're a troll. Now, go study business and understand why that's smart. And stop leeching off me for your content. And comb your fucking hair, okay? You're embarrassing your mama. Shit all nappy. Fuck wrong with you, dude? Look a little better. My mama told me to put on a collared shirt, so I said, let me clean it up. I would have cleaned it up earlier, but I was fat, and I couldn't get into this shirt. But since I've lost 20 pounds now, I'm back looking shiny. Now, just want to know why I got these collars on. That's because I lost this 21 pounds because I listened to people on my channel to tell me how to get it done. So now I changed my diet and I'm slimming up and I can get in my clothes and I have a pair of slacks on and I got a collared shirt on and I'm about to get rid of all of this. AC said, come on, get your ass out of my channel. You can go watch somebody else if you want to talk about boxing. I'll talk about whatever I want to talk about. Put it in the super chat or shut up. Freaking Flyer said, Boots have him pushing up daisies. Well, look, I think the term is pro-black boxing channel. No, that is not the term, champ. Get your ass out of here. Circus is over. Get out. I'm not a pro-black boxing channel. No, I'm not. That is not my term. That's not what I am. I am not a pro-black boxing channel. I am a boxing channel, period. That's it. Not pro-black. I'm not anti-white. I'm not any of that. What I am is Fanon International Boxing Channel. That's the name. That's what it is. It's a boxing forum for boxers, fans to talk about whatever they want to talk about. On my videos, though, I focus on those weight classes. Barbara D's sister, I am so sorry. Oh, I didn't skip it. I just didn't get to it. My bad. I got to stay up here in this. Shoni in the building said, thank you for the awesome content. Hey, my pleasure. Mr. Tell It, thank you, Shoni D. Mr. Tell It like it is. For the cause, Errol Spence, once a champion, always a champion. Oh, no doubt. And Barbara D in the building said, Martin, thank you for always being brutally honest and educating. Oh, Martin, thank you for always being brutally honest and educating her about this Wild West sport. Congrats to both fighters for the peeps out and making the big bag. Absolutely, because that's what the whole goal was. Let me address this for a second. That's the whole goal. To draw attention to American boxers and the best boxers in the world. See, I am pro-American boxing, and I don't care who it is. I will tell you, I am most definitely most interested in American boxing because I believe that the mainstream media in the United States thinks they're global. They are corporate, as in what Kamal Oz. They are corporate. They don't have a country because they're corporate. Corporations will go to any they go between countries. They exist in every country, a corporation. So corporate medias are doing corporate bidding. So their body of people will do, they don't care where it is. Anybody, Japanese dudes over there, UK dudes, they will constantly sell to Americans things that are foreign products. So me being a fan of America, me being a fan of America, and I'm a fan of America, I think that we should support American fighters, and I don't care who it is. I want to support American fighters because it's our money. And I'm tired of it being diluted by every Tom, Dick, and Howard Cheeseman coming over to the United States and getting in the way of us seeing great fights like what we just got with Errol and Terence, and what we got with two another Americans in Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia. I am. Now, if there's some Mexicans that come in here and fight and do all of that stuff, that's great too. I'm going to support them too, because they're hellified fighters. And I love when they go over there. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not spending all my day talking about guy, who can I say, Juan Carlos Estrada. I don't speak Spanish. I'm going to talk about Keyshawn Davis before I talk about him. Why? Because Keyshawn Davis is my people. So I'm going to support my people. Whether Terence Crawford likes me or not, that's my people. I'm going to support him by talking about him. Okay? And I did a great job of it. Thank you very much. An exceptional job of it, might I add, of talking about you, sir. But you all are in the way of me giving my flowers. So let me get back to these flowers that I'm trying to give them. Man, that dude is every bit the fighter Floyd Mayweather Jr. was. Every bit the fighter. Every bit the fighter. No joke. That man can fight, man. That man is something serious. And no doubt, will not pick anybody to beat him. I won't pick anybody to beat Terence Crawford. I will not, however, act like they don't have the right to fight him, which is, in my opinion, ridiculous. The notion that that Errol shouldn't take a rematch if he wants it is ridiculous. The idea that Jaron Ennis shouldn't fight him now because he's not ready is ridiculous, and a spit in the face of all of the great black fighters that never got a chance before. That is a spit in the face of Sam Langford. That is a spit in the face of Black Murderers Row and every fighter in Black Murderers Row. It is a spit in the face of Henry Armstrong. It is a spit in the face of all of those people. What is my guy's name that did not get a shot at a championship until he was 40-something years old? The Mongoose, Archie Moore. And here I'll talk to Tim Bradley. Dude, your attitude is wrong. And this is man on man. This is not about boxing skills in the ring. Dog, there are people that die, coal miners that die all the time from doing things they know damn well is going to kill them. But they do it to get that bag. If Errol Spence Jr. should not fight Terence Crawford because he's going to get hurt, and Jaron Ennis should not fight Terence Crawford because he's not ready, then Terence Crawford needs to retire. He needs to retire now. Because if it's the case with them, it's the case with any and everybody else he should fight. So why should all these other fighters be able to risk their lives with Terence Crawford, but not them? Why should David Avanesyan why should he be able to get a career high payday for being a sacrificial lamb to Terence Crawford, but Jaron Ennis can't? Explain that to me. And that's man on man. And I mean as man that has to pay his bills and another man that has to pay his bills. It is ridiculous and a spit in the face of all the great champions for you all to be saying that Jaron Ennis doesn't deserve his shot, nor should he take his shot. That is a top-rank attitude. That is a match make me to superstardom attitude. That is the only thing that matters is not losing attitude. It ain't about whether you can win or lose. There's not a better fighter at why would he fight? Why would he fight and try to prove himself against Keith Thurman for nowhere near the money just to find out that he's not ready? So he said, oh man, I found out I'm not ready. Because, I sure lost Keith Thurman. So now, with attitudes that you guys have, if he fights Keith Thurman and he doesn't look good, he's not ready and doesn't deserve it. And if he loses it, he doesn't deserve it. It's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose. But, hey, man, Amir Khan can fight him. What was the problem with Amir Khan fighting Terence Crawford? A man that had already been knocked out by everybody. But it was okay for him to get in the ring with him. Come on now. There's a chance to die in any boxing match you have. That's just not realistic. That's let me sit on my high chair, all comfy on my high chair, when my money's already in the bank. What happened with Ruslan Provodnikov? You damn near died in the ring with Ruslan Provodnikov. Right? Let me check your record, Tim. Let's see. Let's see when that fight happened. Ruslan, Tim Bradley, Bachtrek. That's what I thought. You fought Ruslan Provodnikov and damn near got killed before you fought Manny Pacquiao. Your big payday. And Juan Manuel Marquez, another big payday. And Manny Pacquiao, too, another big payday. Tim Bradley. So let me get this right. You would have been smart not to fight Manny Pacquiao and to get put in with Ruslan Provodnikov and damn near die. Right? Now, just say, for example, that you didn't get out of that Ruslan Provodnikov fight, which you barely did. You would have never got the Manny Pacquiao fight that allows you now to sit so comfortably in the Hall of Fame with all your money. You got by the hair of your chin in that fight. I remember it because I'm a fan of yours. You got by. You won by the hair on your chin. So you want Jaron Ennis to jump in there with a Ruslan Provodnikov or a Keith Thurman, who, by the way, is no joke whatsoever. So honestly, it sounds to me like you're trying to get Jaron beat. Not as if he can't, but there's a chance he can, because Keith Thurman is what you call, once again, no joke, despite the fact that he's joking around. You want him to do that and not get in there with Terence because you think he'll lose. That, my friend, I think does not make sense whatsoever. Just saying. Again, let me get this right. Nobody should fight Terence Crawford. If Errol Spence shouldn't fight him again, and Jaron Ennis shouldn't fight him now, why should anybody fight him? I guess he should just go pull in Jake Paul and beat up Jake Paul. I guess he should do like Tyson Fury and pull in Francis Ngannou Maybe he should fight people that absolutely have no chance to beat him. Because you're so interested in saving Jaron Ennis's career. Or Errol Spence Jr. from extra damage. Man, that's bullshit, bro. I'm just telling you, Tim, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. And you guys need to stop with the bullshit. Terence Crawford is the undisputed champion at 140 pounds. What he need to do is defend his belts. That's what he need to do. That's what he need to do. What he didn't do at 140, defend his belts. What he need to do now at 147 is defend his belts. Or retire, which he's earned the right to do. And now, why is that? I give him full credit. I don't give him anything. He got $25 million. I don't have to give him nothing. I'll favor him to beat anybody. But that don't mean he ain't got to fight him. And your logic is flawed. Because there's nobody better than Boots. There's no, don't do it. Don't do it. Just wait, Boots. Just wait. Boots is 25 years old. He is in his prime. He has 30 professional fights and 28 of them by stoppage. And you think he should go fight anybody other than the champion? Really? Because he can lose? But you think everybody else around there deserves a shot because we know they're going to lose. You thought Errol was going to lose. You think Jaron's going to lose. You know these other dudes going to lose. You know it. Since you know it, why do you want to see it? Again, a top-rank attitude. That's a top-rank attitude. Don't take a fight unless you're 80% chance, 80% sure you're going to win it. That's a top-rank attitude from a man that grew up in top rank. That is a privileged attitude. Don't show up to work, chill, take this day off. Man, I ain't got no time, bro. I got to fight for money. What do you mean? I got a championship shot. I'm in a position for a championship shot. I don't know if you look in this gym we in. But last time I checked, we ain't rolling in billions. I don't even think Jaron has made $500,000 in a fight yet. Jaron is out there risking his life for $200,000. And you think he should wait? At 29-0, at 30-0 with 28 knockouts, and he's got a mandatory title shot, and he was in the top 3 of every sanctioned body, and he's supposed to wait? Because he can't beat Bud, keep doing it? Nah, man. Ain't none of y'all going to do that. Not none of you. In his position, none of you would have done it unless they were promised a bunch of fights by a promoter. No, don't do it now, man, because we're trying to build you 5'6", and that's how we're going to craft your career this way. Floyd didn't do it. Floyd didn't do it. Floyd wasted very little time to get in there with Diego Corrales. Very little. And let me talk also about Jermell Charlo. Guess what? If Boots should not fight Bud, by the logic that you use, then Jermell should tell Bud to go fuck off. Let me repeat. By the same logic that you all are using, Jermell should tell Bud to go fuck off. Go fight Tim Zoo. Then whoever else gets belts when I drop these. Because I am about to go get my $15 to $20 million against Canelo. Because Canelo outsold you by 150,000 pay-per-views on a fight nobody even gave a damn about. You have no commercial value, bud. Let me tell you, if I was Jermell, I would tell Bud to go walk off a bridge. Go find somebody else to fight. I would do the same thing if I was Jermell that Bud did to Errol. I'm already undisputed. I don't need it. And if he wins against Canelo, I would definitely tell him to go somewhere. Or you're fighting me for no money up front. See, that's negotiations, right? And why do I say that? Because there's a chance Terence Crawford can beat Jermell. Just as good a chance as Terence Crawford beating Jaron. All you guys are doing is trying to get him what Jermell has, because that's what he wants next. But Jermell can look at him and say, you don't deserve it. I'm already in the Hall of Fame. My career is already set. I'm going to go fight Canelo, and we're going to do more pay-per-views than you did with Errol, because you are a drag on the pay-per-view numbers. How'd you only do 650 when Caleb Plant did 800 with Canelo? How? In the biggest fight of the century, you did 600. Biggest, most important fight in the century, which it is, you did 650. A step over fight for Canelo, he did 800,000. This is akin to Devin Haney. Much respect to Devin Haney and Gervonta. You beat these guys and all that stuff, but guess what, dog? You did how much on pay-per-view? You're in my pocket, brother. You're in my pocket. No. No. If you are a commercial draw worth the risk of losing to you, it would have done $1 million. I don't like what Errol did in that fight at all. And I'm telling you, I'm pretending that this is me talking to you all. Don't get it twisted that I'm saying this is something that I think. This is just me going through a mock negotiation for you guys. If I'm Jermell, I look at you like, excuse me, man, my guy right there who was doing 350,000 pay-per-views on his own got 650 with you. I'm only doing 150,000 pay-per-views. How am I going to, many am I going to get with you? 300? Why would I fight you and risk everything that I have against you for 300,000 pay-per-views? Why would I do that? I would not. I would not. I will go fight Canelo and take a chance of getting my ass whooped for a lot more money. And if so, I so happen to eventually want to fight you, you are going to get the same treatment in the negotiations that you gave Errol, because you took money out of Errol's pockets in order to make a fight that turned out to be a mismatch for you. So the next person that gets into negotiations with Terence Crawford from a position of strength should tell Terence Crawford that I'm going to take everything out of your pockets that I can get. Because it's not worth overpaying you. Errol could have got his $25 million over the course of 2 fights with a lot less risk to himself and his reputation than you. You are now the quintessential bad investment. From a negotiation standpoint, and I stand on that. Bud is the greatest fighter since Andre Ward. No, that logic makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. He is a lot of risk and not a lot of reward. Errol Spence does 350,000 pay-per-views by himself. 2 of them, 2 mismatches, he could have got to that money, not the gate. He could have got to that money. It would have taken Bud 10 fights to get there. I mean, if he had to fight on that same model, I'm telling you, that's why you hear so many people that you're like, oh, all this hate, all this stuff. The reason you heard so much stuff about Errol getting on Terence Crawford fans, anybody want to guess why that is? Why it was that there were so many people that were not giving Terence Crawford his credit? Just think about it for a second. Logically think about it. Don't be in your feelings about somebody not giving, excuse me. Fury and Wilder did 800K. How is 700K bad? It's not bad. I didn't say it was bad. It's very good. In fact, I said it was very, very good, is what I said. I said it was very, very good for 2 black fighters fighting each other. It's very, very good for 2 black fighters fighting each other because they have the same demographic. I'm going to tell you right now, at this point, I'm not asking your opinion. I'm teaching you. Okay? At this point in time, I am not giving you your opinion. I'm teaching you. So please, if you want to listen, listen. If you want to say something different, put it in the super chat. And then I'll address you. Otherwise, at this point, I'm starting to shoot people that get me off subject. And I mean it. Because this is what I'm good at right here. This is what I'm good at. This is something I'm very good at. Explaining to you the demographics of boxing. When you have Mexicans fighting a black person, you have all the blacks, let's just say this is very general, all the black people going at all the Mexican people. Let's just assume that. So what do you get? All the black people, all the Mexicans, right? How many fingers are there? There's 5, right? All the fingers, all the black fingers, and all the Mexican fingers. How many fingers do you have? You get 10 fingers, right? Now, I want you to say all the black fingers, and you have 2 black fighters. How many fingers do you have? You have 5. So you could have 2 for one and 3 for the other, or 4 for one and 1 for the other. There's a finite number of combinations for your 5 fingers, right? You can have 5 or all for Errol, or 5 or all for Bud. You can have 1 for Errol and 4 for Bud. You can have 2 for Errol and 3 for Bud. Or you can have 5 for Errol, none for Bud, 1 for Bud, 4 from Errol. See that? No matter how many ways you cut that demographic pie, you only got 5. When you bring in Mexicans, you got a lot more options because there's a lot more people. Does that make sense to you? That's demographics, partner, in a very simple nutshell for you dummies. So that's why I say a fight between Errol Spence and Terence Crawford, who both have the same fan base, getting to 650 is about what I thought it would do before Gervonta Davis fought Ryan Garcia. But what did they have in common? You had 10 fingers for Gervonta Davis with the black people, Ryan Garcia with the Mexican people. So boom, you got twice as many. Now let me tell you something. What were the numbers? They got twice as many for them as you got. There was twice as many for Gervonta and Ryan, as there were for Errol and Terence. The statistics, the analysis works. The analysis works. Jason Torres, stop. They watched the fight. It sold 1.2 million pay-per-views. This dude thinks he's the smartest in the room. No, I don't. I just think you're dumb. No, I don't think I'm the smartest in the room. I just think you're dumb. Because I don't know everybody in the room. But when you say things like this, I suspect that you're stupid. There's nothing illogical about what I said. It is completely rational. It is completely rational and logical. The numbers work out. I did an analysis yesterday for you of Bob Arum versus Al Heyman fighters and the percentage that Bob Arum wins versus the number that Al Heyman wins. And then I told you that Bob Arum says that they are not going to make a fight for a champion, for their fighter to take a championship fight unless they're 80% sure that he's going to win. And what is his winning percentage against the PBC? It's 83%, which tells you what? That his desire, he's not going to make a fight unless he's 80% sure it's going to win. And he has the best matchmakers in the history of boxing. And he is extremely knowledgeable in the sport of boxing. So he gets his picks right. And he said he'll take chances, but he ain't gambling. Byron Doherty, you're an idiot. Shut up. We would never get good fights if people thought like you. You're a moron. I'm telling you how they think. You're a moron. I am telling you how they think, not how I think. I told you that if I thought like Tim Bradley thought, this is what I would do. I said that Jaron Ennis should fight Terence Crawford. Errol Spence should fight Terence Crawford. You, Brian Doherty, don't even realize the argument that you don't like is the argument that is being made by people like you who say that Jaron Ennis should not fight Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. shouldn't rematch Terence Crawford. And then I say, okay, if you want people to think like that, then let me tell you what Jermell Charlo should do. Jermell Charlo should tell Terence Crawford to take a walk. You're not worth the risk. Why should Jermell take the risk with Terence and Jaron shouldn't take the risk with Terence? Jaron Ennis should fight Conor Benn, man. Conor Benn will die an early death in that ring. But if he wants to, cool. Go over to the UK to fight a juiced up fighter. Go over there. You want him to go over to UK to fight some juiced up fighter? Alert Eddie, get out of here, bro. MMA, dude. MMA got a life. MMA's got a shelf life on that, brother. There's a shelf life on that, bro, and it already peaked. Thank you very much. UFC already peaked. We'll see what it does over the course of 200 years. Thank you very much. I didn't expect to do more. I didn't expect them to do more than Ryan Garcia. Neither Bud nor Spence are as popular on social media. 675 is still impressive. Yeah, I mean, it's very impressive considering it's coming from the same demographic. Very impressive seeing it's coming from the same demographic. And that's about what I thought it would do. And Errol got his money, and I'm happy for him. And Terence got his money. Dude, Brian Dockery, go away, bro. Find somebody else. Go, create a new name, bro. Create a new name. Create a new name. So anyway, back to giving Terence Crawford his flowers, really. Because I have a hard time navigating through idiots sometimes. Because I just am a little bit preoccupied with explaining to you exactly how ridiculous what you're saying sounds to me. Okay? Back to trying to get a man flowers, but you guys keep getting in the way. That was an incredible job, bro, of him maximizing his career, maximizing his potential towards the end of his career. And I'm happy that he got that really big payday. No joke. Really, really happy about it. He made $30 million doing that. $30 million doing that. So the $10 million guarantee that he would have gotten, so watch this. So answer the question. Did he really need a guarantee? Did he really ever need a guarantee? Oh, my bad. Phenomenal. Man, I'm sorry, Noop. You said, salute, Noop. Don't never stop doing what you do. Quick question. At 675 pay-per-views in U.S. alone, wouldn't the UK push them around 850 mark? Or what am I looking at it wrong? You're not looking at it wrong. I don't know what the pay-per-views would be in the UK or worldwide, but we usually, when we talk about pay-per-views, we really talk about United States. And also, you really can't do that because whatever they sold in the UK or around the world, they're not going to charge the same amount of money for that. So we paid $90. That would be way too expensive for people to buy in the UK because the UK doesn't spend that. They don't charge that type of money for fights. Since they don't charge that type of money for fights, the revenue from there is not the same, which is why Bozo, that was trying to talk to me yesterday, was talking about these guys being big money stars in the UK. They're not. They're not. They can sell 100,000 tickets and not get a $10 million gate. Errol and Terence did a 19. Errol and Terence's gate was twice any gate that Tyson Fury or Anthony Joshua ever got in the UK. Twice the gate. The pay-per-view numbers, this fight that they did is bigger than monetarily is bigger than any fight Anthony Joshua ever had. Monetarily. With him selling 1 million pay-per-views. Because he's selling a million pay-per-views at like $25 a pay-per-view. So that's like 25 million. And then you got a $10 million gate. That's like 35 million. Errol and Terence did 75 million. Did 75 million. The money's not the same. And the money's not remotely the same. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And that's what I tried to tell people before, is that you cannot judge UK fighters and what they do over there in the UK. Honestly, you can't even judge the fights and how much money. That's why Anthony Joshua and those guys are over there fighting in Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia can just pay them the money. The Saudi royal family and the things associated with the Saudi royal family. And you got to understand it's a royal family, so they're worth as much as they want to be worth. You got to understand a king is worth as much money as they want to be worth. Because they have the power to take everything that you have right away and take it for themselves, because they're the king. They're the royal family. So in real essence, they own everything there. So you can't really even put a dollar amount. You can't even put a dollar amount on their wealth. Can't. So they can do whatever they want. They can pay whatever amount of money they want. But that's just what they want to do. And that's not like a reasonable business prediction and a reliable thing, because you're at their whim. So when you look at the money in boxing, it's the United States, because of the cost of the pay-per-views and the cost of the tickets that can be sold in Vegas. Because Vegas has big gamblers going in there, and people are paying $3,000-$4,000 for tickets, $30,000 for tickets to sit ringside. You know what I mean? So no, man, it's like Gervonta ain't no joke, bro. And Leonard Ellerby and those guys, I'm telling you, somebody said, "Oh, you're not a teacher." I'm not a teacher. I'm a student in this regard. And we're all doing our homework, and I'm explaining to you what the teacher said. I don't have to be a teacher to explain to you what the teacher said. Leonard Ellerby is on Twitter all the time, and I'm really trying my best not to do a video, Leonard. So, man, in about a week, I'm going to ask the question again of Leonard Ellerby. If he don't answer me again, I'm going to let it fly. I swear I am, and it can't nobody get mad at me if I do. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm listening to him, and he explains what the business is. I listen to Bob Arum, and he explains to me what the business is. So I listen to it. I say, okay, that's what you think is important? Okay, good. So let me apply that to these facts that I have right here. That's what a student does. I'm a student of the business of boxing. That's when I invite, anytime I'm really in question, I will ask Rachel Donaire to come over here and teach me for a second. Because she is a boxing manager, intimately familiar with the details of a professional boxing match from the perspective of a Hall of Fame, a manager of a Hall of Fame fighter in Nonito Donaire. So I will learn from her in a second, and I can call her on the phone and ask her if I don't understand something. I can call I have the ability to call other people that you may not know that I have the business to call, that I have the ability to call. But I'm not going to tell you I have the ability to call them because it's not your business. So I am not teaching you anything. I am telling you what the teacher is teaching me because I tell them I need to understand this. How can you say 25-75, but it's not a purse bid? Oh, it's related to the budget that ESPN has for the fight. Okay, thank you for the clarity. Now I know what to do moving forward. And when I talk about what Tim Bradley said about Jaron Ennis not taking a fight with Terence Crawford, with Errol, I do, trust you me, I don't even need to talk to a boxing expert to say that is stupid. Because let me tell you, man, that man is going to get a lot of money for that fight. It may be $5 million. It may be $3, $4, $5 million for that fight. He may get that. If he can get $3, $4, $5 million, and he believes he can beat this guy, why wouldn't he bet on himself and take that shot at that fight? That's legacy. You say your legacy is all these wins you have. Terence Crawford fought for the money and refused to take that fight, which wound up being a mismatch, unless he was going to get that money. Why shouldn't he? Why should Jaron Ennis be any different? Why should John, like you say, you don't get paid for overtime? Well, damn it, you fighting guys that you know damn well you're going to beat. But may fuck around and hit you. Shit, that seems like overtime work to me. An entire unnecessary fight seems like overtime to me. Seems like you working a whole extra shift. What? I'm the mandatory, bro. You better fight me or pay me to step aside or drop them belts. If you drop the belts, it is what it is. I missed out on it, but I missed out on it because you dropped the belts. I mean, if you can talk about what's sensible for Terence and you want Terence to have his flowers, why can't you give other people a chance to earn their flowers? Let's not just talk about giving flowers that were deserved. Let's talk about giving people the right to work and the right to earn their flowers. Jaron Ennis has the right to earn his flowers. Errol Spence has the right to earn that bag of dough he's going to get for fighting Terence Crawford again. He's earned it. And it's his decision whether or not he exercises that or not. Oh, don't do it. Man, if you don't sit, got thumped by Brand. If you don't sit, got thumped up by Ruslan Provodnikov and made him a star. Ass up about the money somebody else should be making. For real. That's silly to me. That's silly to me. And most definitely hater shit. Whether or not you code it inside of your excellent boxing mind. Once again, you're in the widget department. As I explained to people that watch this channel in the operations of a business, You're in the widget department. You're in the product department. Okay? The man that is over here in Errol Spence Jr.'s finance department says, I'm sorry, we are going to put that shit on the shelf and sell it and get our money that we have already earned. We are not going to tell Terence Crawford, no, you don't have to pay up on this next fight. You got your benefit of the bargain. I want my benefit of the bargain, which is another chance to prove myself, number one, and number two, to get my bag of dough. That's my right. I earned it. That's the truth. He earned it. He didn't he didn't do any of those things that you guys over there at ESPN said about Errol Spence Jr., none of them. He didn't run from him. He wasn't the reason that the fight wasn't taking place. He didn't try to ball hog all the money. Now, Andre Ward wants to talk about what people apologies that they owe. I am yet to hear Andre Ward's apology to the PB about saying that the PBC can't try to take all the money. When obviously Errol Spence didn't do that. Because Terence Crawford got close to 50% for that fight that he didn't deserve. Not from his previous financial results. His fights had not been profitable. Let me repeat. His fights had not been profitable. He made money, but the people that put on the fight lost money. BLK Prime lost money. And Bud did not even go back to fight with them again. Top Rank, according to Bob Arum, lost money on those pay-per-views. Lost money on those things. So for Errol to give him even money, was Errol giving something that Terence Crawford, through his financial performances, didn't deserve? So are you going to apologize for Errol Spence for you dragging his name around? No, you're just going to sit back and try to deny him the benefit of the bargain and the risk he already took with his life by proclaiming it is time for Terence Crawford to move on, just like you guys did to Deontay Wilder with Tyson Fury. Deontay Wilder had to take Tyson Fury to court to get him to follow through on a rematch clause after he had taken easily as big a whooping against Terence Crawford as Errol did, worse, because it came from a man weighing 300 pounds. And you all would have not let Deontay Wilder earn his money either. It's amazing how you top-ranked guys and ESPN guys find a way for PBC fighters not to get their money after a loss. Or for a young Showtime fighter not to even get his chance. It's amazing. It's almost like y'all some haters that know a lot about boxing. But then again, let me get back to giving Terence Crawford his flowers. As the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world, without a doubt, clearly super talented fighter that deserves the success that he can have financially here forward, because congratulations, for the first time in a long time, somebody didn't lose money dealing with you. You broke a barrier. You're no longer losing money for people. So, congratulations, and let's hope that continues. That you continue to work with people that know how to make you a lot of money. And maybe now, since we're talking about apologies, you guys will apologize to Al Heyman for saying he was sleeping with Errol Spence. Because along with your flowers come your thorns. Along with your flowers come your thorns. Roses have sticky thorns, and you may cut yourself. So you give credit where credit is deserved. Once again, Al Heyman has made another black man a lot of money. More money than Bob Arum would have ever got you. So maybe you guys should acknowledge what the PBC just did. Have another mega fight. That's Al Heyman. That's the people that you guys said was going to go broke. How about we say thank you to Steven Espinoza and stop calling him the Weasel? Since people want to run around talking about apologies that are owed, I think you guys owe some people some apologies too. Since I owe apologies, where's Steven Espinoza's apologies? Huh? 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 I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Where's Steven Espinoza's apologies? Where's Tim and ESPN? Where's Al Heyman's apologies? Where are their apologies? Since you, in the business world, in the boxing ring, in the boxing department, the widget department, you want everybody to give these guys, Terence, Crawford, all his props and apologize. And I know so much about boxing. I told you, well, let me tell you something. I'm telling you right now, I know something a little about business, Timmy. I know something a little bit about business, Tim. When somebody consistently puts on the biggest events and makes people the most money in their career ever, maybe you should stop hating on them on the network that you work on. That was not an ESPN fight. And guess what? Terence Crawford was a PBC fighter. Just like Manny Pacquiao, after Bob Arum threw his ass out there to Australia to get robbed by Jeff Horn, guess who gave Manny Pacquiao a platform? Al Heyman. 400,000 pay-per-views against Keith Thurman. Gave him another pay-per-view against Yordanis Ugas. Guess who rebuilt Guillermo Rigondeaux's career? Who got dumped? Ain't that your top-ranked brother, Guillermo Rigondeaux? That they shit on and tossed out? Guillermo Rigondeaux's got more fights in the later part of his years than he ever got with Top Rank as they froze him out and threw him out. You think we forget about that? We don't forget about that. Marvin, you moron. Please, they were trying to keep the fight from happening. No, they were not trying to keep the fight from happening. No, they were not. No, they were not. So you're banned. You're going to get banned because you are out here lying. If the PBC, if Showtime did not want the fight to happen, they wouldn't have paid for it. Liar. If Showtime did not want that fight to happen, they wouldn't have paid for it. You think PBC fighters get every fight that they want? A date? You think Showtime held up their schedule for the entire second half of the year last year because they didn't want to fight? You think they held off a Gervonta Davis fight, scheduling Gervonta Davis's fights, Jaron Ennis's fights? You think they did all of they held up Keith Thurman's fights? What's up, So Deep? You think they did all of that because they didn't want the fight? And then the fight happened. But you insisted, oh, they were trying not to make it happen. No, man. No, you're an idiot. Bud wanted more money. Or there was an issue with drug testing. I'm still trying to figure out which one it was. because of a statement that I'm not going to do a video about it until I get some clarification on what they meant. But I haven't been able to get the clarification. So I'm holding off. As long as I can, hold off. If you know what I mean. Thank you, Mr. Pringle, man. Ain't nobody in the Cash App today, but thank you, Mr. Pringle, for that $30 holler, brother. Oh, that's why. Shit. I always forget this. Thank you, brother. Hey, Blackwater in the building. He said, is Bradley bitter that Top Rank was left out? Could part of his salary be tied to Top Rank? I think they kept Bradley because he was cheaper than SOG. I don't want to read his mind. I don't know his motivations. The only thing I know is what he says. I can't read into people's motivations. People try to do that with me, and I always make mincemeat out of them. When people cannot dispute what you say, oh, look, no, I'm telling you. Look, dude, I'm going to do the video, bro. But I asked. And I asked. I don't know on which side, but I asked because of the statement. And I didn't get an answer. And usually that shit is telling. You know? No, I'm not doing any threats. No, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying, dude, give me an explanation so I know what you meant so I don't do the video. I don't want to do the video. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. I don't want to do the video. And I mean it. I'm telling you, I don't want to do the video. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Squirewell in the building? I don't want to do the video. And I'm not even saying what was said out of my mouth for fear of what people will do and run with. But there was something that was said that needs clarification. It needs clarification. For me, nah, bro. Pause, Orlando. T. Orlando, that's nasty. The way Errol got beat down, fans not knowing what to think. Nah, bro, I'm not going to do that video, but I'm just going to tell you. The ramifications of what was said is severe. The ramifications are serious. They're very serious. You get no less serious than that. No less serious than that. And just so you guys think that I'm some big hater, you better believe me, if I was a hater that was looking for clicks and views, oh, I got them. I can get me some clicks. I can get me some clicks and views off that. Nah, I'm not telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you I'm not telling you. No, I can't even tell you what was said. I can't even tell you what was said. You guys follow me on Twitter. That's for my Twitter. That's for my Twitter friend. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. That's where it happened. Twitter. It's on Twitter. Very public on Twitter. Go to Twitter. I got a life on Twitter. That's free. I don't even get paid for Twitter. I still do Twitter. No, I'm not trying to say Bud is on anything. Zena said, yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Go look at Twitter. Or it could go either way. It could be Errol, it could be Terence. You can take that a bunch of different ways. Now you're going to have me cyber stalk. No, I want Fahim. Participate on Twitter. I've been telling you, participate on Twitter. Hey, Mr. Burgos in the building said, read my comments. That was yesterday. Oh, I got that. Thank you, brother. Dude, G-Man, look, dude. Take that plastic out your ass, boy. Okay? I can't. Watch this. Hit the link, you moron. Hit the link. All right, man. I'm going to have a sparring session real quick. Hey, and thank you to everybody that supports in the Super Chat and the Cash App. Thank you guys so much for your support. It really is what sponsors this video and allows me to do what I'm about to do to this idiot when he steps up. I'm gonna call his new name is now Plastic Man. That's RuPaul's new name is Plastic Man. Because he's stretchy. Hey, what's going on? Barbara, Deborah Booker, thank you, sister. Come on up. Nah. Thank you for sponsoring this video. Thank you for sponsoring this video. Thank you. So, like I said, come on up here and explain to me the narrative. Oh, that's not the link. I'm sorry. That's Cash App. And look, bro. This link is for this is the link is for him. Oh, Devin Haney. I am a Devin Haney fan. I'm making my announcement. I'm coming out of the closet as a Devin Haney fan and a supporter of Devin Haney. I love the move that he did by becoming champion recess and saying I'm about to try to go up and get this belt and come back down. And while I wait for this guy to get up here and get eviscerated, I am going to tell you exactly why I support Devin Haney in this move. I support Devin Haney in this move because of my experience in this Errol, Spence, Terence, Crawford fight. And I can not at the same time explain to people that there is a Haney universe and at the same time bat down these ridiculous fake Errol Spence Jr., these fake Terence Crawford fans that did not buy the fight. So as a result, all Devin Haneyites are forgiven. I will no longer be rubbing your face in your absolutely ridiculous logic because I do not want to confuse that I like Devin Haney very much as a person and as a fighter. Okay? Haney 316. And I also have to say, no. Because I also, no, I am not trolling for I am telling you the dead honest truth. I like Devin Haney. I just don't like Devin Haney fans. They need to get up off my ass. I don't like that. You need to back up. You know what I'm saying? Get out my... See, here's the thing, bro. Just imagine we're all in a room, right? And we're all boxing fans. And we're all in a room. However big the room is, when I walk through the room, there's a lot of people that want to stand in my way as I walk over to give people credit because they want to talk to me and argue with me and talk and all of that because they know who I am. So just imagine me walking through and trying to give Devin Haney some credit when there's a bunch of trolls asking me for autographs. So I have to sign an autograph here, sign an autograph there, sign an autograph here. But just consider those autographs are me not signing my autograph, but me typing a response to your stupidity. But let's represent that as an autograph because you guys are trolls and you want me to hear what I have to say. So I really can't get through everybody to get to Devin. And then everybody that I sign an autograph from runs and gives it to Devin and stuffs in his face. See, he hates you, he hates you, he hates you. That stuff. So no, I'm just saying, look, get out of my way. I like Devin Haney as a person and as a fighter. You don't have to be knocking everybody out in order to be a great fighter. And just because you fight some bums or you fight guys that were, whatever, and other people are just as good a fighter, doesn't mean that I don't think that I'm not a fan of yours. Because I am. I like Devin Haney. And I, once again, want to have fun liking Devin Haney. Because I like Devin Haney. I don't like you. But let's get to this. G-Man.
Hey, good morning, man.
Yeah, it's a good morning for me. Now,
How you doing?
what was this? Now, what is this that you're saying?
Man, I just don't appreciate how you are indirect.
Let me tell you, shut the fuck up right now. I don't give a fuck what you appreciate and what you don't appreciate. I said, what are you saying? You know the rules. Act like you got sense.
You jumping on that boots narrative, but just like everybody else because you want to try to.
Nigga, dude, are you drunk? Have you been drinking? You sound like you've been drinking.
I don't drink. It's forbidden in my culture.
What culture?
Whatever my culture is, it's forbidden. I don't drink.
That don't mean you ain't doing it.
I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do none of that stuff.
Yeah, but
I
you
know it.
sound drunk. So what you
Man, you
been
want
doing? What you
keep
been doing? Sucking on conqueror root or something?
keep taking ad hominem shots at me, man. I'm here to talk boxing.
You
Let's
sound
go.
you first of all, you sound nervous and scared and
Nervous and
drunk.
scared of who?
I don't know what. You just sound
Of
nervous and
who?
scared. I don't know.
Man, I'm not nervous. Come on, man.
No, I'm
Why you
telling you,
push
you
it?
sound nervous.
What?
You sound unusually nervous and scared.
I
Like
see
you're
you're.
intoxicated.
I
Are
see
you
you're using a
intoxicated?
different tactic against me this time.
I'm
You always
what?
got a different tactic. You're trying to use a different
You're
tactic
okay,
against
bro?
me.
No, I'm
Yeah,
asking
I'm
you
good,
an
man.
honest question. So
I just
anyway,
think you're jumping on that boots narrative just like everybody else because you want to run down Terence Crawford and have him fight somebody else that you think might be able to beat him because you don't want to see that dude win. That's what I think, man. Because you continue to indirectly take shots at him. You're doing everything that you can to discredit Terence
hey,
Crawford
you
and
about
his
to cry, man.
accomplishments, man.
You sound like you about to cry, bro.
No, I'm not about to cry.
You sure? I cry. I cry. I'll do it. I've done it on the same. Yeah, I'll let a shit tear go. You sure?
Come on,
You
man.
seriously,
Respond to what
man?
I'm saying.
Because near seriously, I'm about to. I if you crying, I'm not about to do it to you.
Go
But if
ahead.
you're crying
I want the
and
smoke, bro.
like no, for real, mental health is important,
I
and I
get
won't
it.
be
I want
cracking
the
up on
smoke.
it.
That's why I jumped
You want the
on your
smoke,
live.
so you want the smoke.
I gotta be a little bit quiet. I'm
You
at
sure?
work. That's why.
You sure you want the smoke?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Okay, now here. So you said narrative, right? My narrative.
Here we go with your wordplay trash that you're gonna do. Let's go.
Dude, you said narrative. That's a question. It's not, dude, you're scared, bro. Settle down. Just, dude, inhale deeply, exhale. Inhale, exhale. I'm not gonna hurt you. I
I had a
promise.
couple of energy drinks, so I'm kind of pumped up. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
you got something going on, bro. It's like, slow down, bro. For real. I'm just doing this like for real. Slow down.
Oh yeah,
Okay?
go ahead, man.
Slow
I'm
down.
calm. Yeah.
Okay? Slow down. Okay, first of all, Terence Crawford is a world champion. He holds the WBC, the WBA, the IBF, and the WBO welterweight championship. That's the belts that he owns. Jaron Ennis is the number one ranked guy for the IBF. Well, actually, he is the interim champion for the IBF, and he is a mandatory challenger for Terence Crawford. There is, with the exception of only Amanda Stanionis, potentially Amanda Stanionis, he's the only person that has deserved and earned in the ring a shot at a championship belt right now. Sean Porter was the mandatory for Terence Crawford for the WBO. And he got that fight because he's the mandatory. That was the duty of Terence Crawford to fight his mandatory as the champion. It is the duty of Terence Crawford as the IBF champion. He stays in that weight class to fight the mandatory challenger, who is Jaron Boots Ennis. So, this, if you consider the rules of the IBF and standards that every champion that has ever been in the sport is supposed to live by as a narrative, then you have me. However, That is why there is a ranking system for them to fight their mandatory. And every champion that I know at one point in time or another has defended against a mandatory. Okay? So, to
Right,
address your
done.
point, of it being a narrative, the word that you're using, narrative, is kind of like these generalized terms that media people use
Here we go.
to bucket a bunch of things together and label it something. So when you hear that word, you think that it is a bad thing. If what you mean is that I am concocting an argument meant to mislead you into thinking something that is not true, that's how the phrase narrative is used.
Yes, you're
That
misleading us to think that Crawford is going to duck that man. That's what you're
excuse me.
indirectly trying
I
to say.
I know that is not what I'm trying to say. I didn't say, nor have I ever said, that Terence Crawford is ducking that man. Do you
I
know
was able
why?
to
Do you know
contemplate to that conclusion.
you are high as a fucking kite? Be quiet. I said that Jerron has the ability, has the right to fight him if he is that champion in that division. I did not say that Terence Crawford is ducking him. What I said was that Terence Crawford said that he had bigger and better things to do. However, as we known in the past with Terence Crawford, he has said things like that and turned around and fought the guy, like Sean Porter and like Errol Spence Jr. I did not say that Terence Crawford was ducking him. I said that Tim Bradley was saying something that I didn't agree with. Now, those energy drinks are very bad for your health, man.
It's just that's 1 Celsius drink. I barely drink, man. I know you want to attack me, my character, or whatever I
No,
do,
I
all
don't
that
want
type
to
of stuff.
attack your I don't
I
want to
know what you
attack
want
your
to do, man.
I don't want to attack your character. If I wanted to attack your character, I would have. I didn't. You said you want the smoke. So I'm
Yeah,
about to, but look, I'm going to give you the smoke, but I don't want you to choke to death. So I'm going to be nice and
I
just put a
know
little
what you're
smoke in the
doing,
ring.
bro.
I'm just going to put a little smoke in the
Go
room,
ahead.
just a little bit. I'm just going to blow the smoke at you. Okay, I'm not going to hurt you. I need you to calm down, bro. Settle down. I mean it. I wouldn't even let you on if I didn't kind of like you. Kind of like you. You got nerve. You got heart. You do. Okay. You couldn't beat me in a debate if your life depended on it, but it is what it is. I'm not going to hurt you. Okay. Take this. This can be stressful stuff. Just relax a little bit. Okay.
I'm
So
calm, bro. Come on, man.
so
I'm calm.
that's not me. That's not a narrative. That's a fact. I didn't give you a narrative. I gave you a fact. Jerron Ennis has earned a right to fight for the IBF championship. That's a fact. He's earned that right. When he beat somebody and won, when he beat somebody and won the IBF championship, the IBF interim belt, he did what he's supposed to do, and he earned that fight. I've got somebody else behind you that's probably going to say something silly, but dude. So now I addressed that part. What was the part about what I don't how I subconsciously am trying to take away? What was the other part?
I just in your live, there's something about you that you won't give Terrence Crawford his fair dues that he deserves. That's my personal opinion. Now, whether you say it directly or not, that might not be true, right? But I just don't believe you're giving that man his credit
Okay, now what credit do you want me to give him specifically?
because he just beat up on that the big fish from Texas, and now all of a sudden you guys want him to fight Boots to prove himself, but
Slow down,
he wants to fight Charlo though. So
slow down, slow down, slow down. Let's address that. Those are not flowers. None of that is a flower. That's credit. That's not even asking for him to have credit. You're just saying that you don't like the fact that I think he should fight Boots next. First of all, I didn't even say he should fight Boots next. I didn't say that because he has a
Brother,
fight. He has a fight with Errol Spence.
excuse me. I'm saying the
Those
next
were not
opponent.
flowers. Look, those were not flowers that you asked me to give him. I would like to know what flower you want to give me. What compliment do you want me to give him that I haven't given him?
I was talking about credit, not flowers.
Credit. What credit do you want me to give him that I haven't given him?
You're taking indirect shots at him for ducking boots.
Excuse
I
me.
want
Once again, that's not credit. What do you want me to say to him? What do you credit? Do you want what thing? That's credit. To give him something. What do you want me to give him? What do you want me to say about him that I have not said?
give him his credit for bringing another 350,000 pay-per-views to the PBC and a $1 million gate to the PBC. Give him his credit for that.
I did in the beginning of the video, literally, for about 15 minutes, when I said that that he did an amazing thing. He and Errol Spence Jr. sold 650,000 pay-per-views. And they did a $20 million gate, and they did it within the same same demographic of people. I said that.
Good.
And,
I didn't hear.
and I literally called it flowers. So now that I already gave what you asked me to give, what that I've not, let me rephrase what I've said. Let me ask me what I did not give him that I should give him, because I gave him that.
See, you're smart. What you do is indirectly, subliminally attack Crawford. So there's nothing I can.
Dude, there's nothing that you can say because you are saying first of all, look, man, you just have to slow down and know that you're wrong. You are swimming desperately around to find something there in me. So you're making it up. You're hallucinating a hate. You are hallucinating a hate that is not there. You are just imagining it, or you're listening to other people that are very bad influences on you. That's why they don't come here themselves. There's a reason they don't come here to tell me those things. They do videos about me and they talk to me from way the fuck over there. Because I will do to them just what I'm doing to you. You tell me to give him credit. I say what credit? You name the credit, and I told you I already gave it to him, and you know it. Then you say it's a narrative about why I think Boots deserves the fight. I tell you Boots deserves the fight because he's the #1 ranked guy in the IBF. He's the interim champion, and he deserved it.
What does Boots do
I
for Crawford?
don't care what Boots does for
What
Crawford.
does he do for Crawford? He's 36 years old. He wants to fight Charlo. Why are you continuing to push that?
I don't care.
Talk about Crawford and Charlo.
No.
Talk about that fight.
No. I'm not talking about Crawford, Charlo and Crawford. Why? Crawford has Charlo has a fight.
I know Charlo has a fight.
Then what do you want me to talk about it for? Dude,
but
you are having a very hard time. You okay?
He's coming back to 154.
You don't know
said that out of his own mouth.
You didn't know he did.
He said that in an interview.
I am not going to sit here and talk about, first of all, the subject matter is Jaron, not Terence. What Jaron deserves and what Errol deserves, not what Terence deserves. Terence has a responsibility to give Errol Spence Jr. a rematch if Errol asks for it because it's in a contract. That's why Terence needs to fight Errol, because if Errol says it, he has to do it. He got $25 million in exchange for a rematch fee, for things including a rematch. If Errol wants it, Errol abided by a coin flip to walk out second. So why shouldn't Terence Crawford have to abide by a rematch clause? That's not a
Who's
narrative.
saying
That's
he's
a
not?
fact. Be quiet.
Nobody's saying he's not.
Look, I didn't say that somebody did say it. I'm
And why do
telling
you
you
need
that
to
Errol
mention it?
Spence Jr. has the right to the fight. And Jaron Ennis, if Errol Spence Jr. doesn't take it and Terence does not move out of the weight, he has the right to the fight based on what they've earned in the ring. They've earned the right. Errol has earned the right for the rematch. And Jaron has earned the right to fight for that IBF belt that Terence Crawford holds. And
Because he
that's
beat
not a
up on
narrative.
a tailor-made fighter
That
in
is not
Villa,
a
Roman
narrative.
Villa.
That is not a narrative. Those are facts. Jaron, and guess what? Jermell Charlo has a fight at
Yeah, and Crawford has a fight too.
So then what do you want me to talk about Charlo for?
So they're both going to be busy. Why is Boots even involved? Because you want to put Boots on him, so you got somebody else that you can cheerlead so that they can beat up on Crawford.
Man,
But that man is not losing. That's what I'm telling you.
bro. Let me tell you, bro.
Crawford is not losing to nobody in this
Because
era.
you are fucking high as a kite. You, of all the conversations I've ever had with you, bro, you have never gone up in here inebriated and scared, spewing a bunch of stupidity at me. You've spewed a lot of stupidity at me. But now you are just clearly inebriated, scared, and spitting stupidness at me. My point was none of the stuff that you just said. Errol Spence Jr. is going to decide what is the first person to make a decision about what Terence Crawford will do next, because it's up to Errol. The question was whether or not Jaron Ennis should be looking for a fight with Terence Crawford next. The subject matter is what Jaron should be doing.
But the way you address that question is what I have a problem with. Because
Dude, you're putting a
you
bunch
know
of
what you're doing. Come on, man.
I
You
know
know what you
exactly
do
what
with
I'm doing.
Crawford.
So let me ask
Because
you a question. Let me
you
ask
won't
you.
directly slander Crawford, but you will subliminally take shots at him. That's my whole point.
What
And it
subliminal
is
shot?
what it is, man. It is what it is, man.
Let me
I'm done
humor
with this
let me
conversation,
humor
bro.
you. Let me humor you. What subliminal shot did I take at Terence Crawford?
You're trying to say that he's scared of Boots. He's not gonna fight that man because he's too dangerous. Blah blah blah. All that baloney that you guys were saying for Errol Spence, and he got beat up on. So now you want to cheerlead somebody else to try to get one up on Crawford again because he was from the wrong side of the street. A lot of people on YouTube call that man top ranked Toby, a bunch of names that he did not deserve.
Bro, don't cry, bro.
Come on, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
Everybody
know.
knows what
I
I'm
hear
talking
you.
about.
I hear you. I do hear you.
You know the butt slander that happened on YouTube. Look what he did to everybody. He shut
I
all of his haters
I
up.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you. Okay? I hear you. But let me assure you that I never said out of my mouth, never said out of my mouth that I thought Bud was scared of Jerron. In matter of fact, because of you, dude, that's not subliminals. That's whatever you're snorting or drinking that's got you like that.
Brother, you want to continue to take shots at me? I
Oh, I
already
am.
told you I don't drink, I don't smoke. It's
I don't care what you said. I'm telling you how just like I'm telling you that I don't hate Bud and I'm not taking subliminal shots at him. You don't believe me, I don't believe you. That's your right, that's my right. What I'm telling you though is that the reason that I think Bud deserves that Jaron Ennis deserves a fight for the IBF belt is because he's the mandatory for the IBF belt. No different than any other mandatory in boxing. No other. If Terence Crawford was the mandatory for Errol Spence, I would say the same thing there. Bud has to fight somebody, doesn't he? Doesn't he? Yes.
he's got to fight. Yeah, he's got to fight. He's contractually obligated to have a rematch with Spence. So yeah. He's gonna fight somebody, and then he wants to
So there
fight
you go.
Charlo.
So
He
so
already
so why am
dismissed
I,
Boots.
man? Look, whatever little scum circle you spend a lot of your day listening to, these dudes are morons. Whoever you're listening to and you're repeating and giving you these talking points and making you feel like, yeah, this stuff that you're saying makes sense, it doesn't.
Brother, this is my original opinion. This ain't no
There's
derivative.
nothing, you do not have an original thought in your mind.
This is no derivative. This is my
It, it,
original thought.
it is no, let me tell you once again, whoever you are listening to is telling you things that are ridiculous. As it concerns what I say, there are rules in the sport of boxing, laws on the books in the in federal government that require sanctioning bodies to have ranking systems. When fighters work their way up the ranking system, they deserve a shot at the champion, no matter what the champion, who the champion is.
Let me ask you a question, Fanan. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why did Boots jump away from the WBO rankings and took the IBF route when he could have been Terence Crawford's mandatory last year?
Okay. Let me help you with this.
Help me
Okay.
with that one, please.
I'm helping you with this. Okay.
Since Boots want to fight him so bad, he's trying
Will
to
you
clout chase
listen to
Crawford.
me?
Go
Excuse
ahead,
me.
sorry. Go ahead.
Let me tell you why. First, it's not true that he pulled himself from the WBO ranking. It's not.
I already know what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
First, he was not ranked number one with the WBO. Virgil Ortiz was. So, if there was going to be anybody named the mandatory for Terence Crawford, it would have been Virgil Ortiz and not Jaron Ennis. Virgil Ortiz was number one. Jaron was number two. Also, of the mandatories that are available, the WBO is the last one that's going to come due because Terence Crawford had already had his mandatory against Sean Porter, the fight before last. He is also a super champion, which means that Terence Crawford only has a mandatory every 18 months. So his mandatory would not have actually been due until about a week ago. If he had been the number one guy in the WBO. But since he wasn't the number one guy in the WBO, it would have been Virgil Ortiz that would have been in the position to fight for that. That's why I'm telling you to stop listening to these people. Second, he did not pull himself from that ranking. He was dropped from that ranking. He was dropped from that ranking when he was named interim champion, which was a decision of the IBF, not his. And he was removed from those rankings because the WBO does not, and the WBA and the WBC do not rank other people's champions.
He
So
he chose to fight Castillo Clayton for that IBF eliminator. That's why he became the IBF mandatory.
no, he did not. He did not
He took that
choose.
route.
He did not choose that. It was ordered. And who is he supposed to fight? Nobody. He wasn't going to get a fight with Virgil Ortiz for the WBO. And again, he did not decide to leave the WBO rankings. That was a choice of the WBO because they will not recognize an interim champion in their rankings. That's their rule. He did not say, WBO, take me out of that ranking system. Now, once again, The people that that you are listening to are misleading you.
Who do you think I'm listening to for you to think that?
Anybody that said that.
Man, some people have their original thoughts too. You know that, right?
That's not an
And
original thought. That is something that is being said all over the place. A question that has been asked for a long time. You are questioning whether or not Boots actually wants to fight him and saying if he really wanted to fight him, he would have waited around for another 18 months in the
100%.
WBO and stayed in the WBO to be his mandatory. When the fact of the matter is 18 months just ended last month. And even if he had taken that, he still wouldn't get the fight next because Terence Crawford has a rematch clause with Errol. So he wouldn't be getting it anyway. So you're asking him to take a route, number one, that he wasn't in because he wasn't number one, he was number two. And you want to blame him for the WBO taking him out of the rankings as if it was his choice. And number three, you want to act as if the fact that he is now Terence Crawford's mandatory in the IBF and he says, I want that. He's not dropping out of the IBF rankings. He didn't drop his IBF belt. He's
Terence Crawford's got.
No, he's not running to 154 pounds because now Terence Crawford has the IBF belt. Let me get away. Let me run away. The things that you're saying don't make logical sense.
Excuse me.
They don't know, not excuse you. The things that you're saying are not based by facts or are not backed by fact or logic. But yet, so when facts are absent and logic is absent, then you try to start mind reading me and claiming me that the only reason that I'm using facts and logic is because of some ulterior motive that I have, as if you are Miss Chloe and you can read people's minds.
No, I don't read people's mind, but I can come with my own opinion about what you think. That's what I can do. Whether or not it's true or not,
okay,
that's a different thing.
How about this? You judge aside from what I think and the reason that I'm using this logical gun on you, duck the bullet. Clown. It doesn't matter what I think if we talking about a gunfight and I got 3 in your chest. Get away from the logic and get away from the facts and then talk about the man holding that whoop up on you. You trying to act like you ain't got shot to pieces because you don't like the dude holding it. Clown. You don't want to be nice. Let me rip you. You cannot defend your statement, but with any desperate attempt to label something that you even yourself admit you don't know, which is what I think. You say right now, you're guessing at what I think. So stop guessing and stick to what you know, which is that you have nothing to say to me about my facts or my logic. And neither does any of them trolls that you spend your time listening to, allowing them to poison your brain. So much that you get on here high, drunk, scared, or whatever it is, because they push you in front of this.
I'm listening.
And no, it's not pure rage. Yeah, it's not pure rage, clown. It's smoke.
I'm listening, brother.
You're not listening.
Bro, I've been nothing but philosophical. So, I mean, you can be upset because of my.
This is not philosophical. What this is a factual beatdown. Because Jaron Ennis was not. Oh, thank you, Dragon. Thank you, Dragon.
What I do know is that he took the IBF route. He did not.
There is no IBF route. He was ranked in every single solitary one of those sanctioning bodies at the same time. All of them. All of them. He was in 3 for Errol and 1 for Terence. All of them. If he did not want to the IBF, Why did he ever pay any fees to get in it? Answer that question. Since here's my question. If Jaron Ennis didn't want to be in the IBF rankings, why would he pay the fees necessary to be ranked?
I don't know. I'm not Jaron Ennis, so I can't answer that.
No, I know you're not Jaron Ennis.
I'm not Jaron Ennis. You gotta ask him. Go ask him.
Go
ask him.
I already know why he did it. They did it because they didn't care what shot that they got. They were in all 4 ranking systems and paid the fee to get in them because he wants to be ranked and get the first opportunity that he can for a belt. That's why he was there. And he didn't leave that ranking system. The ranking system put him out when, like they do everybody else, when he won a title in a different division. It was not a route. When Anthony Joshua left the WBC rankings as soon as Vladimir Klitschko won a belt. He left the WBC rankings. That's taking a route when you leave it voluntarily. And not everybody is ranked in every sanctioning body because they don't want to pay the fees. He paid the fees. Now, thank you for your time. And I'm telling you, please do not come back in the condition that you're in again. Because it's disrespectful.
What do you mean? What condition are you talking about, man? I'm not the one raging.
You know. Whatever got you,
raging, bro.
Whatever got you. I'm not raging either. I'm speaking loudly. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, you can describe it like that, but
sure. I don't care what you describe it as.
If that floats your boat.
You go run back. You go run back. You go crawl up underneath that rock over there and tell them people that Fanon says you can show your ass up over here anytime you want. You've been here before and you got fried here before. So come back for round number 2. Tell them come back for round number 2. You don't want that type of smoke. Man, please. Please. There's nobody, bozo, that can argue me about a mandatory challenger deserving a fight for a belt that they're the mandatory challenger of. Because you know why? Because it is fact that he deserves it. You guys go find any bum that wants to argue with me that water is wet. I'll do it all day long. If you ever want to find somebody to argue and tell me that you need air to breathe, no worries. I'll debate you on needing air to breathe. It is no debate whether or not Jaron Ennis has earned a right to fight Terence Crawford for that IBF belt. There's no question whatsoever that he's earned it.
Crawford is not going to want to fight him. He's wants to fight Terence.
So that is a different subject altogether, and that is you being up under the nuts of Terence Crawford.
So stop trying to indirectly say he's ducking you.
That is you conflating issues. And I promise you, any one of those bozos that come near me, I will explain to them that you are conflating issues. The issue is not what Terence Crawford wants to do. The issue is whether or not Jaron has the right to want it and demand it as the mandatory challenger for the IBF. That is the only issue that is relevant here. Terence Crawford can
That wasn't even my point to begin with.
Terence Crawford can fight. No, it was you that I have a narrative. My narrative is follow the rules, troll. Now you've had enough of my time. Everybody, go make up a new name.
You were on Spence.
Make up a new name. Get out of my face. You're wasting my time. Tell any of them bums that Fanon said it. Kick rocks, go away. Thank you very much for wasting my time. I usually enjoy talking to you, but not in the state that you are clearly in. Overly aggressive, putting bass in your voice, and repeating what other people have to say that is patently stupid. Jaron Ennis is a world-class fighter, 30-0 with 28 knockouts. He is the IBF interim champion and the mandatory challenger for Terence Crawford's IBF belt. Those are facts. Asking me why he doesn't do this and why he doesn't do that and why he doesn't do this and why he doesn't do that are nothing but red herrings designed to distract the conversation onto a point that you think is valid, regardless of whether or not it actually addresses the point that is at hand. Take your bum ass back to them. Take your bum ass back to them. Again, any one of you that want to argue with me about the right of Jaron Ennis to demand a shot at the IBF champion, you are more than welcome to come over here. But if you want to have a 5-hour conversation about why Jaron Ennis is no longer in the WBO if he really wanted it, number one, he was not the number one challenger in the WBO. It was Virgil Ortiz. Number two, he didn't leave those rankings voluntarily. He was taken from them because he became a champion in another sanctioning body. Number three, who cares because he's mandatory now. You guys are using red herrings. And I don't care if Bomac gets on your channel. I don't care what you think. Those are facts. And that's why you keep my name in your mouth. But you keep your mouth off my channel. And it's smart to do so. Because I would treat your dumb ass just like I did him. You start talking too much, you going in the back room. And then we're going to refocus this conversation onto something that is logically sound and fair. You tell me that I don't give flowers to people. I ask you what flowers, and you give me something that I said, and then claim the only reason I said it is so that it's some nefarious plan of mine to give him all his credit, but I really don't want to give him his credit. Listen to the nonsense that you try to do to me. You try to tell me that I don't give him the credit, but then I said, yeah, I gave him the credit. But then you say, no, well, you only gave him the credit because you're really trying to hate on him. What? I didn't give him the credit, but I did give him the credit, but I didn't really give him the credit because you can tell that I didn't really want to give him the credit. So the credit is really just a way to find another way to take the credit. Do you bozos ever think through what people actually say to you about me? Do you bozos ever even actually think for a second about what these people are saying? And maybe these dudes are everything they say about me? That they're doing it for the clicks and the views? Because that's what the journalists are doing it for, clicks and views. No doubt. They get paid only for clicks and views. I'm not in the click and views business. Other than to say, oh, I am. I am definitely in the click and views video business. However, I can do it like this. Frying you idiots. Now, TBC era. You were there, you went away. I didn't tap dance when I gave him the credit. Hey, I'm so enjoying, because I'm not gloating. I gave the man I don't know what other type of credit I could possibly give that man that I have not given that man. Dog, let me tell you something. You all are some wild people, bro. Sheva in the building said, good morning and happy Friday. Thank you, brother, for the support, man. I need your support, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Now I'll fry you for cash apps and super chats for sure. Your click, you can shove up your backside. Dockery in the bill. What's going? Hey, Doc. Oh, I'm sorry. W Rack and hey, brother. Thank you for the $1 holler, brother. Appreciate you, brother. I think me and you may have had a disagreement, but I appreciate your support, bro. Ramen Turner said the WBA and WBC mandatory coming first. No, for who? No, the first one is the. I don't know. They may come first. I don't know. Much love, Ramen Turner. Thank you. I don't know. They may come first. I don't know. Again, I'm just trying to tell you the fight that I won next, honestly, is Jaron Ennis versus Keith Thurman. I don't disagree about who I want to fight. Yeah, I think the WBC may be next because of Keith Thurman. I don't know. It's interesting. It may be the WBA because of what was going on. Hey, said, hope all is well. Blessings to you, to our boxing family. Adrian Molina, brother. And I will not forget the gong. Thank you, brother. And my guy, Scott Florence, in the building. What's going on, brother? Thank you for that $5 holler, brother. Yeah, Haney's charges got dropped. I mean, I'm happy for him. I'm happy for him that his charges got dropped. I mean, I didn't think anything crazy was going to happen to him. That's a good kid, man. I'm glad. You're probably like, man, this guy's a good kid, man. He gets a lot of death threats, whatever. Let's let this man have some breath. You know what I mean? Wow. Wow, that's a lot of venom, bro. That's a lot of venom, bro. Wow, you're having this dude TCB Era is having that's having like a nervous breakdown. Like me. What's wrong with you, boy? Come in here and jump on here, TCB Era. All of this, why you muted him. Bro, you having a hard time out there, huh? You okay, man? You dudes are stressed, bro. You guys are very, very stressed. It's almost like, you can't handle this. It's almost like you can't handle Bud winning. I don't understand it. But TCB Bud, you're more than welcome on to do all that threat on the channel. No worries, brother. Come on, jump on. Okay, Terence Seals in the building said, but Bud is the one taking the risk with Ennis. Oh, they're both taking a risk. I mean, Bud can fight, bro. Akilo Netter said, I'm ready for the Canelo Charlo promotion. Showtime. PBC has done an amazing job promoting these fights. Yeah, they have. Absolutely great time in boxing. Thank you so much for your support, bro. Ray Davis in the building. Says Aqua Bud has little buddies delusional, fights Bud. I'm telling you, they're not Bud fans, bro. They're not Bud fans. They're Fanon fans. They're Fanon fans. Fanon fanatics is what they are. I'm going to tell you, I got fans. See, you guys are supporter. They're fans, as in fanatics. The Fanon fanatics. King is the biggest Fanon fan that there is. The biggest Fanon fanatic. Anybody that would take their time to do a video about me and put my name and picture out there is what you call a Fanon fanatic. They have absolutely no reason to be talking about me at that given point in time because I'm a nobody. But they do. But they do anyway. The Fanon fanatics. They don't care about Bud. They care about me being wrong and calling me all out of my name because they tried to challenge me to debate or something. And I called them a name, stupid, moron. I've abused a lot of people, bro, during my time on YouTube. You better believe it. Catching bike man, putting people in them, eviscerating people on boxing arguments, bro, you can definitely get a lot of enemies. But you know what they are. An enemy is really a friend of me. Because a fan is a fanatic. A fanatic as a fan. Rematch at 154 will Bud Spence be for vacated belts? I don't think so. There'll probably be no belts on the line, though. I don't think there'll be any belts on the line. Didn't need to be any belts on it the first time. Blackwater Boxing said, is Bradley bitter that Top Rank was left out? Could be part of his salary tied to Top Rank. I think they kept Bradley because he was cheaper than. Oh, I got that, brother. I'm sorry. And I got a bunch of these. I'm sorry. Let me go down to thoughts on Keyshawn Davis and Frank Martin. That Keyshawn Davis is not in line to fight him. That Frank Martin is like Jaron Ennis is in a position to contend for a championship. So I think Frank Martin should be fighting guys that are going for the championship. That's what he's top rated, and he won a title eliminator for, I don't know what was it, the WBA or the WBC, but whatever the case was, whatever that title eliminator was for Frank Martin, that's what Frank Martin should be doing. Keyshawn Davis is going to keep taking his developmental fights, and they can both do that. But I don't think that Frank Martin should do that. A. Jones said, "Is that the same guy that calls with an attitude every week? Not every week, every day. He calls me every day. That's why I say, bro, you just mighty swole up today. You must have listened. You know what happened? He listened to that dude's live stream and got amped and thought, oh yeah, I can get him with that. Here's a link. Here's the link. There's the link. Man, you know what, man? Doing these long live streams, bro, it's like 2.5 hours is gone before I even really think it starts. It's amazing, man. It's like, man, my endurance to be able to talk boxing and my voice and not have my voice get strained and all that is really, really increased since, I got demonetized for that month. And the only way that I could earn any money on the channel was working for that amount of time. So, man, I appreciate you guys' support so much. I really do, man. Like, I can't even, he said, not amped, moist. Yeah, he moist. Bro said, support, respect. Yes, sir. Frequent Flyer said, looking into the future, looks like Bud and Errol going to duck Haney. Hey, man, please don't pull me into any stuff could be remotely considered anti-Devin Haney. Please. Okay? I am really begging you not to do this to me. Because, first of all, Devin Haney endeared himself to me. He endeared himself to me. And seriously, he humbled me. When he just with putting a heart related to something that happened to my son, let me know that this guy is that man, dude, that he's not the type of guy to let all his boxing stuff affect his humanity. Unlike a lot of you fake Terence Crawford fans. Terence Crawford himself is a nice guy, man. It's a nice guy. He's a good dude from everything that I can see. He's a good dude. Super talented. I'm sorry, brother. Oh, I thought I got it. Oh, good morning, Phenom. I'm to the point where I know, like King. I know. Excuse me. I'm getting I'm to the point where I now like King because he gives us the best smoke content. He has heart. Yeah, he does have heart. It's the brain that's the problem. Much love, brother. That's why I was trying to have pity on the dude. Not pity, but, pull punches with him, bro. Come on, man. Come on, King. Come on, King. And yes, that's the same guy that calls with an attitude every week. Thank you, brother. And I'm sorry, OKC King, because, bro, that's a huge support. Thank you to everyone, each and every one of y'all, man. Thank you to each and every one of y'all. I ain't lying. He got a lot of heart. It's the brain that's the problem. You got to slow down, brother. You think this is, I'm telling you, there's a reason these guys don't come over here. Now, you guys want to talk about Blue Blood and all this. They'll go talk to Blue Blood. Tell me I'm lying. If he asked them, and I got nothing but respect for Blue Blood. I really do. All that other stuff aside, whatever. It don't matter to me. He's a good dude. He's a nice, good dude. There's a reason why people watch him and they enjoy his content. I'm not into all that fake beef stuff. But I'll tell you, dude, they'll go to BFTB's channel in a minute. They'll sit up there and go to BFTB's channel. Dude, them dudes ain't coming over here. Dude, they're here right now. You guys know, don't even come over here, bro. I don't want to do it to you. And I mean it. I don't even want to do it to you. Now, if Terence Crawford is taking that attitude with Jerron, and it's okay. I can understand that. If Jerron is like, if Jerron is like, look, bro, if Terence is like, man, look, dude, I ain't trying to do that to that man. Let that man shine. I don't want to beat him up like that. Because I'm gonna beat that kid up something nasty. Terence Crawford may believe that. It may be true. Not saying it's not. Terence Crawford is a special fighter. Really, really, really like that. Really, really, really like that. But that's not the question. I'm sorry. Fanon, he was a couple cans short of a 6-pack of Crazy Horse. Yeah, there was something going on there, bro. But look, man, that's not the same. See, I was in law school, I was taught to think a certain way. I separate issues. Which is why people, I think, they don't understand that. You know what I mean? If Boots beat the snot out of Keith Thurman, that's a damn good clout win for him. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. And he'll learn something in that fight too. I'm not saying that there's no merit to Jerron Ennis fighting somebody other than Errol, Terence, and fighting somebody out there to, if you're looking to develop fighters, yeah, that's a boxing developmental thing. There is. But let me tell you something. Guess who fought Sean Porter? And guess who fought Danny Garcia? And guess who fought Kell Brook? And guess who fought Lamont Peterson? And guess who fought all of those guys? Mikey Garcia. Did it help him against Terence Crawford? No. And in fact, Errol might have performed better earlier, where his body was fresh and he had not been in as many wars. So number one, what Tim Bradley said about do that first, it'll help you. It may not even help you. You know what I'm saying? It may not even help you. So my question to Tim Bradley is this, not calling him a hater. That may just be what he thinks. But my question from a business standpoint, if I was saying, was like, look, if he does that, who do you think is going to win the fight? Between Errol and Terence. I mean, between Jerron and Errol, and Jerron and Ennis. If Ennis walks out and he knocks out Keith Thurman in one round, who do you think will win the Errol and Terence Crawford fight? He may say, well, shit, really? Terence, he's going to need to go. Well, he needs a couple more fights. That's my point right there. He may never be ready. So if he earned the fight to get it, that's what the ranking system is for, to decide whether somebody's ready or not. The ranking system decides that. Not your opinion. The ranking system does. That's my point. And that's why this channel is for, I'm sorry to say this, intelligent boxing fans that have the brain capacity to separate issues. It's one issue whether he'll win the fight. It's another issue altogether about whether or not he deserves the fight. And if he deserves the fight, it's his right to take the fight. You don't tell people that went to work and earned a raise to say, that raise is a little too early for you. I know you earned it, but don't take it yet. Because that raise and that promotion puts you there for more responsibilities, and you may not be ready for those responsibilities. Stay in the job you have longer before you take that promotion that your boss is offering. Well, how about I take that raise and I learn and I work in order to perform my task? Nobody in their regular job is going to turn down a promotion because somebody else in the peanut gallery thinks that they're not ready. I've had jobs that I got that people didn't think that I was anywhere near ready for, and I excelled at them. And then it turned out that the people that didn't think I was ready for them didn't care how much I excelled. They just didn't want me to have it. And it's not even like they wanted somebody else to have it. They just didn't want me to have it. And then when people that really were acting like they were patting me on my back and giving me advice and caring when they got the job, they failed miserably at it. And tried to have their cake and eat it too, and I will never forget it ever in my life. Believe it. I don't care how much I smile. I'll never forget it. I'll smile, but I'll never forget it. Believe it. To err is human. To forgive is divine. I'm not divine. I'm human. I'm not divine. So, yes, emotional. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. I don't understand the not ready thing. They're professionals. No one says that in any other sport. They're just offended. Let me tell you what King really is. These guys are offended about the fact that people will not go away and cry in a cave because Errol Spence Jr. lost, and now they want to see what Terence Crawford is going to do next. That's what it is. And unfortunate for them. Now, let's talk about what King said about this Jaron Ennis bandwagon. Does anybody recall when I started saying that I wanted to see these guys fight Jaron Ennis? I believe that I have been on that bandwagon for about 5 years or 6 years. I've been saying that I think Jaron Ennis is the most talented fighter in all of boxing before Terence Crawford got to the 147-pound division. I had to walk around and tell people about Jaron Ennis. I had to, drag him to his wall. What is that? What is this? Dang, we still talking about King? No, we're talking about these other people. King is just a front for stupidity. He's just willing to stand up there and take the bullets for him. I have been talking about Boots for 5 years. Now, I want to know when exactly was it that I got on the bandwagon again? I've been doing videos and talking about him for as long as I've known who he is. This is no bandwagon for me. This is just a culmination of I told you so. Just like I told you so about Terence Crawford. I said he was the number one pound-for-pound fighter in the world, where all these other guys were saying it was Lomachenko. What has he done? What's on his resume? The same people that are now acting as if people need to cow-tie to him because Errol lost are the same people who are saying he hasn't done enough. Lomachenko is really the guy. Yeah, the same guys. The same guys. I told you about Terence Crawford. Where's my flowers? Where? I know for at least the last 4 years, I've been saying he's the number one pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Have you been? Or were you guys just tweeting out about a week and a half ago that on, Tuesday, the Tuesday before last, that it was Monster Inoue, no matter what Terence Crawford did? I think that's what you guys were saying. Weren't you? Weren't you? So I want to know exactly how you guys get amnesia all the time. But that's why you guys think I'm mad. I'm not really mad. Oh, no, Fanon. How could he be on your pound for pound when you've been hating forever? Exactly. I have no idea how he could be not just on my pound for pound, my number one on pound for pound list for years, and nobody ever called me a hater for it. They called me a Lomachenko hater and a race baiter. The same little midget that's over there toting and talking crap was calling people race baiters who were saying that Terence Crawford was number one pound for pound. Hypocrisy has no bounds. And I'm telling you, let me tell you why I'm not going to do that. Because I've already been to Terence Crawford's gym. I've already been to his gym. And I did a video about 5 years ago where I showed footage of B&B Gym before there was even a ring in it, and they were building it, and there was rocks and gravel underneath it. Because I went to B&B Gym. I've been in B&B Gym before you guys put the floor in. And I left a note there with my phone number on it. And I left it for Brian McIntyre and Terence Bud Crawford. The person that was putting in the floor said, I asked, when will they be here? They're going to be gone for a couple weeks because we're remodeling. And I said, here is a note. Will you give this to them? Because I'm doing a video on Terence. And I did a video on Terence about how wrong it was for people, some of the same people that are celebrating, to call him a thug and a criminal because he took a car jack down, a car off of a jack in Nebraska. No, bro, I can always get to the super chats because I get them on a different screen. Don't worry. If the screen goes past your super chat, I still have it. If Bud don't fight Boots, it'll always be remembered he ducked Boots. But Bud is definitely cemented in history as one of the best ever. He most definitely is. But no, again, I don't want to get into this. I am not a big advocate of all this duck talk. The only reason why I said Terence Crawford, that was a duck, is because he walked away and he fought somebody else. That's the only reason. It was based off the fact that he turned the fight down and went and fought somebody else. So therefore, that is a reasonable characterization of what happened. That's it. It's a reasonable characteristic of what a characterization of what happened. So I don't think I'm at odds at all with what I said. I don't ever want to. I think I might have gotten mad and said a word one time, and I immediately stopped it and said, no, that's not what I meant. Again, because I can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. Oh, man, that's huge. Hey, Vincent said for the fish fry, good fight. Thank you, brother. Dog, I ate fish all last week. Caught a rash on my lip because I was eating so much fish. Believe you me, I support the fishermen. Mr. Man said, I enjoyed the friendly debate. Oh, thank you, bro. That's awesome. Cool. Always fun to have a friendly debate. It always is. It's really, really fun to have a friendly debate. Thank you for that support, brother. Dockery in the building. Oh, man, with the big time Dockery. Thank you, brother, with the $10 holler, brother. Thank you for that support with that $10 holler. Now, I'm going to put another link in for anybody that wants this smoke. RB said that my mother would like to meet you. She thinks you're cute. And wow, RB. Nah, tell your mama no thank you. Tell your mama no thank you. And in fact, let me give you this money back. Nah, I'm gonna take your dollar. I'm gonna take your dollar. And what am I gonna do? Yeah, dog. So here's this link. Man, you guys really want people to be you guys really want people to be miserable because somebody lost a boxing match, bro? I swear, bro, if I was a different type of person and I wasn't so appreciative of our supporters, if I wasn't so appreciative of my supporters and really wanted to let them know, bro, what the way that you support me by watching my videos and supporting in the super chats and all that is so significant to my life that I'm really humbled by it. Dog, I would tell you something about why I ain't upset about the outcome of any fight. I am not ever upset about, I wasn't upset. I was shocked about how Errol lost. I was shocked. I wasn't sad because Errol just got $20 million. I knew what kind of money he was going to get. And I'm telling you, I can't be sad for anybody that made $25, $30 million doing their job, performing for me. I was shocked. That's true. But I'm not mad. If he doesn't fight, who's going to talk boxing with me? You understand? Here's the smoke for you, though. Here's anybody that wants to tell me specifically that I'm mad. Here's the link. I'm going to spam it like you guys spam me. See that? I'm even going to spam, bro. I'm going to spam. That's how bad. I want y'all to get on here and talk to me and give you your outlet that you need. Prince Maduro said, Fanon, I think a lot of people were very shocked, including me. That was a different Errol, not a 100% clearly. I mean, look, man, the whole situation was shocking. And the only reason that I have ever mentioned anything about weight or anything like that, really, is because of the assault that these anti-black fighter people, anti-black fighter who didn't pay for the pay-per-view, because guess what? It did 650, which means that a lot of y'all talking about it didn't buy it, didn't support it. You didn't put your money where your mouth was. I post on Twitter all the time. I post on Twitter several times a day. I'm not going to sit there and type my fingers out with those guys all day. Why? That doesn't make any sense. I'll do a few, and then after that, I'm going to block you because those guys are for real irrelevant. And I'm not even getting paid over there. That's free time. That doesn't support this channel. That Twitter over there is just a way to really get news. And maybe if somebody cares or one of you guys care what I think about a subject, that it's there and over there to do it. Exactly. It's Bud fans that didn't, because Bud doesn't have a lot of fans. It said upward of 650. It did at least 650. So I'm just giving the lowest number because I get tired of people like, what's going on, Ja?
Peace and blessings. Good morning. It's about
Yes,
to be
sir.
the
Peace and blessings to
afternoon.
you.
Good morning. I ain't really had too much to say. I just wanted to hop more here just to get it started. Like they must be scared for real. Prove they don't know nothing about boxing. You know how many people watch the fight. They don't even know how big this fight is for real. So I just want to see why they acting like cowards. Why they don't want to jump on here and say nothing. Like if you was rooting for Spence and he lost, then they should be able to hop on here and say you mad. What's the problem unless they don't know nothing about boxing? In my Roger Mayweather voice. Well, peace and blessings. Have a good weekend.
That's what I was thinking, brother. Thank you, man. Holler at you. Peace. Because they don't. They definitely sounded somewhat scared and cautious. They are. They'll just jump in here and say, "Oh, your guy lost real quick," and jump off. Now, you guys are telling me, man, to eat my crow, bro. I've been asking you guys to come on for a while. Mimo in the building. What's going on, Mimo? Hold on one second. What's going on, Mimo?
Not much, man. I'm just checking you out, what you're doing today, and I agree. There's just a lot of delusional trolls and fanboys that just can't get over the fact that Errol got beat. They're all up in their feelings, man, and they really need to get over it.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either. I think they just need to
No, I
build a
don't
bridge and
understand.
get over it.
You're saying that they're the delusional trolls that can't get over that Errol lost?
Yeah, them fanboys, they still can't quite accept the reality. I don't know. I know I was surprised in the way he lost too, but they still can't get over it.
Hold on, man. Well, let's get this right. You got to talk to me about me.
Yeah.
Are you
I,
calling me a delusional fanboy that can't get over Errol Spence's loss?
no, man, far from it.
Oh, okay. I
You've been,
just okay. Yeah, I just need to
yeah,
know. Yeah, I don't know who's delusional or not because I don't really get a lot of that.
yeah, no,
So
man. I agree with you. I've been paying attention to what you've been saying and stuff, and I'm just as shocked as you are.
yeah, I mean, it's shocked how it happened. I'm not shocked that Errol lost because Terence
Yeah,
Crawford. I always said Terence Crawford could win the fight. Terence Crawford's a great fighter.
yeah. Maybe the rematch will be more competitive at 154 because Errol did look drained, but at the end of the day, we're gonna get at least two fights out of it. So we'll see. I think Errol will lose again, but it'll be more competitive at 154.
Okay, for sure. All right, Mimo. I'll holler at you later, brother. Thank you,
Later.
man. Peace. Um, that was a little odd. What's going on, Rick Timms? We most definitely accepted the reality. What more can be done? Yeah, I just don't get a sense of that. I get a sense of a lot of people thinking the man lost. I mean, how could you not accept that? What is there to do? There's nothing else but to accept it. Can't act like it didn't happen. I'll pick Terence Crawford to win the next fight at 154 because what I've seen. I'm not going to sit there and say that oh yeah, I'm comfortable Errol will win the rematch. I don't even know if Errol will look better in the rematch. I don't know. You're going to have to see what happens. The only thing that I'm saying, and I'm being very consistent with it, is that he has the right for the fight. And that it is absolutely ridiculous for a man that got thumped by Ruslan Provodnikov to act like this man shouldn't take a fight. Dude, that man got beat half to death by Ruslan Provodnikov. So why should Jaron Ennis and Errol Spence Jr. start go jumping in there and get them somebody that they didn't see coming? Man, you better get that money when you can get that money. That don't make no sense. You be sitting there with your ass whooped by somebody else thinking, God dog, I could have got $15 million more for it. What's going on, Dean?
Hey, Fanon, what's the deal, man? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I can't complain about not a thing. Life is beautiful, brother.
Hey, Fanon, I'm about to say something
Watch
controversial.
this, though. See, watch this.
Uh-huh.
This when you know life is good. Can I give you a little old man lesson, a little
Talk
trick to
to
make
me.
yourself feel better?
Talk to me, man.
All right, now watch this. See this cup?
Yes.
Now watch this. See what's in it?
What's that, water?
No, the things in it.
Cucumbers?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm drinking water flavored with cucumber. Do you know the percentage of the world that can afford to have water, cucumbers soaking in water?
What's the percentage on that, Fanon? Because I was about to say a low percentage, but go ahead.
Extremely low.
Wow.
Because you would have to be somewhere where, number one, you can just have water in a cup and you ain't got to get that shit out of a hole some fucking where.
Yes.
It's not that water is filtered in a
Yes.
bottle that got bought and put in my house. And then cucumbers, I don't even need the cucumbers to eat them because I got other food. So I can just use it to flavor my water and let my water get some more nutrients so that my body will absorb it.
Yes.
So now when you look out in the world and somebody loses a fight that you can afford to pay $99 to watch,
Yeah. Definitely did.
you may very well say to yourself, what in the world do I have to be mad for about a guy getting beat up for 25 million?
25 million. And for
See what I
now,
mean?
oh, and that's the other point too, big dog. For now, I already know. I'm glad that I got to see two African American young black males go out there. They think you hate Bud or something. Bud is us. Bud is us. We love, at the end of the day, Bud is from America. Bud is as dark as they come. He a good representation for boxing as far as talent. We care, like, I'm happy to see two black men be able to shake hands, make a big fight, be the two biggest boxers in the world, and do their thing and make it interesting. Because this was my point that I was about to say that's controversial for now. I ain't even gonna get on Bud fans or Errol or Errol fans for now, because I truly believe this for now, and I want to see what you think about it. And let me know if I'm tripping for now. And if you feel as though I'm tripping, tell me, big dog.
Yeah.
I think the black community, we supported this fight. I think a lot of us did buy this fight. Because if you check that gate for now, it was just as big or close to what Ryan and Tank did. But the pay-per-view numbers wasn't. Now, this is how I feel for now, and this is just my opinion, not to get too crazy, but I feel as though it's just the truth, and we got to speak on things like this. I don't feel as though that the Latina or the white community supported this fight the same way they would have if it was a Mexican or somebody else fighting a Terence Bud Crawford on this magnitude. And the reason why I say that is because we look at Oscar De La Hoya, we look at all the, I think Issa Cruz and Tank Davis might do more pay-per-view buys than that. I really feel as though that the Latina community, because they ride so hard for theirs, that if it's not one of theirs involved, they only love boxing if one of theirs is involved, not love boxing. And I don't feel us as the black community do the same thing. Because we supported Oscar De La Hoya and Roberto Duran and all these type people throughout history. But I don't think that same thing is reciprocated on the other end. Because there's no way Bud Crawford and Errol Spence shouldn't have sold more pay-per-views. I saw the crowd when I was watching the fight. We was in the building heavy for 9. So I'm like, how do you do a gate that big, but then do half the numbers Ryan and Tank does? The only thing I could come up with, because most people I know for now, they bought the fight and did it for the reason we were saying that we need to support this fight. And it's kind of hard for me to believe that if that was Errol Spence or Terence Bud Crawford versus Oscar De La Hoya, that it wouldn't have sold more than that. So we gotta, us as a boxer, you can't say you like boxing and you love boxing, but only like it if somebody from your heritage is involved, your ethnicity group. I feel as though that's foul, because that's not bringing the sport up. And then it makes sense why Tank want to keep fighting guys of a different ethnicity and why his team says what they says. And it's not me just saying that for now. The trainers, the promoters, they say it too. They allude to the same stuff. I'm just more putting it out there. Because for now, you live in Texas, right? The one thing I know about Texas, they have a big Latina community. It's no way if half of the Latinas in Texas supported Errol Spence, it would have sold more than this.
All right, let me explain it for you. I got like 2 guys behind, but
Go
let
ahead,
me do
Fernand.
this.
I just wanted to hear your point on that, big dog.
Well,
if I'm
first,
tripping, tell me I'm tripping.
No, you're not tripping, because let me explain why it is so important.
Okay.
For people to support American boxing, because there, as I've said a bunch of times, there are 2 communities in the United States that really support boxing. It is blacks and Mexicans.
Yes.
I don't call it Latinos. I call them Mexicans.
Okay.
That's exactly who they are.
Yes.
There are smaller groups, Puerto Ricans who support Puerto Ricans heavy. There may be, right?
Yes.
However, the 2 most influential people, the fan bases that are the most reliable, are blacks and Mexicans. When 2 Mexicans fight each other, the numbers don't do all that great. fighting two Mexicans.
Yes.
I mean, if you can tell me of an example of two Mexicans fighting each other and doing over, maybe Oscar De La Hoya and Julio Cesar Chavez versus Canelo Alvarez. I think maybe that did around 1 million,
Okay.
right? After Canelo really kind of broke out, but that's Julio Cesar Chavez. That's a big national thing. That did it, right? But you can find the same number or more of two black people fighting each other and doing over 1 million, right?
Right. Yes.
So what I have been saying is that Terence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. are fighting for the same fan base. And it's only going to be when one fighter solidifies that fan base that they then can now go fight somebody that the other fan base, the Mexican fan base, want to put up as their champion. And once you get that side of town and this side of town all amped up, then you can make something that really explodes.
That break through the roof. Okay.
Yeah, so that's where you have Floyd Mayweather Jr. Floyd Mayweather Jr. needed to fight Gotti because Gotti had a big fan base, but that was something else. It was not his fan base. He needed to fight Ricky Hatton, who Ricky Hatton had that very big fan base. And then he needed after that to fight Juan Manuel Marquez, who had that fan base. And he then fought Manny Pacquiao, who, by the way, also has a big fan base, but was really brought up beating a lot of those other guys. And as Terence Crawford, as Floyd Mayweather Jr. went about beating up everybody's favorite fighters out of their fan bases, he built up a lot of haters who then wanted the next guy to be Floyd.
Got you.
So now you have Terence Crawford, who has separated himself from Errol Spence Jr. But here's the problem. There's really only going to be one man in that division. I mean, only one man that black people, in by and large, at a time, are going to support like that.
Right.
So the question is, who is it? And it's the guy that just did twice as many numbers as he did in a fight that took place on April 30th.
Mr. Tank Davis.
Gervonta Davis. Because Gervonta Davis is already out there beating up Mexican fighters. That's why they get mad at him. They say, you keep beating up flat-footed Mexicans. Okay, he's beating up flat-footed Mexicans, but guess what? There's a lot of them to choose from. There's a lot of them to choose from. So when they build up their fighters, and they're going to have more. So whenever he fights one of those, he's going to get a $5 million gate. He's going to get 200, 300, 400,000 pay-per-views. And that's why that there's that issue with him and Devin Haney, or him and Shakur.
Yes.
Because they're fighting over in a fan base that Gervonta already has. And what I've been telling a lot of people about Errol is this. Terence Crawford does not take over the room because he beat Errol. Because those are Errol fans. And the reason you feel so much pressure and you say there was all these people saying these things is because Errol had more fans. That's why you hear it so much.
Hey, Fanon, can I ask you this off of what you was just saying? Because you made a great point about all of us as the black community.
Yeah, I got
like, I know, Fanon. This is such a good conversation. I just wanted to ask you this, like, all right, me and you both know that Tank Davis the big dog, right? But me and you are fight fans, Fanon. We like Errol, Bud, Tank. I buy all Shakur fights if I got, you know what I mean? Why don't you think that we have to be fighting over one fighter? Why we can't support all of them?
Because of this. We are one people with a lot of athletes. And we are spoiled with athletes.
Yes. Damn.
We only support
the best of the best.
The fucking best of the best of the best.
Damn.
So you got to compete. If you want to get the attention of all black people focus on you, you got to be better than LeBron.
Damn.
You got to be better than Steph Curry. You got to be better than every other black athlete in football and baseball and basketball and golf. Because our attention is so split between all of the sports. That's why Muhammad Ali is the face of boxing.
Absolutely.
because he was bigger than every one of them
In any sport. Yep.
in any sport. And he even went even further in that he was bigger than anybody in any field of entertainment.
Yes.
He was bigger than any actor. He was bigger than any politician. He was bigger than any of them.
He was.
That's when you say when people talk about Floyd, you guys bring up 50-0, you bringing up all these things, but you don't understand. You can't permit even financially, bro. He's never been richer than Tiger Woods.
Mm-mm.
He ain't made. Floyd Mayweather Jr. has not made as much money in his career as Tiger Woods has. He's not made as much money in his career as Michael Jordan has. He's never been bigger than Michael Jordan.
He's not making more money than LeBron now.
I'm just, you know what I'm saying? He's just used
I
Jordan as
agree.
the example.
Yeah, I agree.
He's never been as big as that man. So when people compare him to Muhammad Ali, I'm telling you, you're comparing a mountain to a molehill.
Right.
So as far as that question, because I got two guys behind you, as far as the question, Terence Crawford, in order to completely get to the million pay-per-view buy, is going to have to find and follow the same formula that Floyd had to.
Mm-hmm.
He could not have gotten where he was if he was not fighting Mexican fighters, because Mexicans are going to support Mexicans, and you're not. And just like and it goes both ways, because you're never going to find a Ukrainian to do anywhere near 1 million pay-per-views, because there's just not enough interest. White people in America got more than enough athletes to choose from. They don't need another one. So they're not going to get there with them. The people that you're going to get there is you're in America, which is the center of boxing monetarily. You need to have Americans. And just because somebody like these writers are out there that don't think black people are Americans, we are black Americans.
Yes, built this country.
We are here. Now, some people talk about foundational black Africans and all that, black Americans and all that. Look, I'm not talking about when anybody got here, didn't get here, all of that.
Right.
What I'm saying is we are from America in every single solitary community. We consume every single solitary thing of value that there is to sell in this country, and we are a major, major part of it.
Yes.
To ignore us and the talent that we have in order to favor your own different demographic that you wish was on top is what you call financial suicide. And that is the difference. And that is the difference between the PBC and somebody like Steven Espinoza and somebody like what's going on over there at ESPN. Right. Where they can get you a couple shiny, very talented black people, but they still would rather have Teofimo Lopez. But let me pass on to the next guy, bro.
Hey, Fanon, thank you. That was thank you, Fanon. Thank you, big dog.
No worries, man. Anytime, brother.
I'll holler at you another day, big dog.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Brian Dockery, how can I help you, sir? Thank you for your support, too.
No problem. And I ain't taking nothing you say to me personal. But just to rewind back just a little bit on what you said earlier about Terence ducking. I don't think he was duck. I think that was a strategy move, saying he don't need Spence, this and that, just to make the fight. The reason I say that, because he called him personally. He called him personally and tried to get another promotional group to fund a fight. That don't sound like it sound like if this gonna be my biggest payday fight, I want to get as much as I can out of it. Because after Terence, I don't really see him getting no bigger fight after that. Like making like the most money. Like he said, I got tired of people going when I go to the store asking, "Well, I'm gonna fight Errol Spence." I know that had to affect him in some type of way, and I know he felt confident that he could beat him. He just wanted to get the biggest payday out of it. But I think he is going for legacy too. But at the same time, he like, I know my worth. And I think he's the type of black man to be like, I ain't gonna let nobody get over him. Just because he a champion. That's how the way I think he thinks. I could be wrong. You might be right. I might be right. You know, it's one of those situations where we could disagree on it, but at the same time, I don't think there was a dug. I just think, and it worked. He got the fight. He said I had to call Earl personally to talk to him about the fight. So obviously Earl had to pull some strings his own self to be like, look, Al, make this fight happen. I'm willing to give up my purse. I think he had to put his own foot in it. I mean, if Bob Aaron couldn't get him to fight, by himself, he felt like he had to do something his own self. So y'all could say there was bad business, he need help, this and that. But Bob Aaron been in this business for years and he couldn't get him to fight. He said in the front of the whole world, like, if Bob Aaron could get me to fight when I was with him, how could he get me to fight when I was without him? That don't sound like no dust to me. Sound like a man who's strategizing. Oh, okay.
What? I was letting you finish.
Oh, okay. That just sound like a man who's strategizing, and it worked. We got the fight. It took 4 years, but we got it. But what I was also saying is, I'm tired of waiting for these big fights. And you keep on talking about, the what a person is bringing in on pay per view and what they deserve and this and that. I mean, that's cool, but they weren't talking about that back in the day. There wasn't none of those
All
type
right.
of
Hey,
talk.
hold on a second, brother. Hold on a second, bro. We're going to stop
Okay.
there because I
Okay.
gave you plenty of time.
Yes, sir.
First of all, the reason why I said and used the frame duck is because Terence Crawford turned the fight down.
Mm-hmm.
He left negotiations
Mm-hmm.
and he went to fight somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
At the time that I say that, he calls off negotiations and goes to fight somebody else. He told Errol no to a fight.
Mm-hmm.
The reasons why he told him no, we can argue all day about. But at the time that I said it, he legitimately said no to a fight. He said he accepted it and that he had signed everything. And I told people that he did not sign it because if he signed it, there would be no more requests for it. And then he announced in the 12th hour, after having people wait for half a year, that he was going to fight David Avanesyan. So I called that a duck because he didn't fight Errol then. And Errol did not get a fight. And he did not tell Errol that he was not going to fight him. He just left and did something else, which still to this day does not sit right with me. Because he could have told Errol, this isn't working out. I'm going to fight somebody else. You can fight someone else. But he didn't give Errol that consideration. He negotiated with two people at the same time and decided to take a fight to represent to Errol that he was going to fight him. Then he turned out and took another fight. Meanwhile, Errol was not able to get another fight last year and wasn't able to get another fight this year and had to wait that entire time for 15 months to fight Bud. Errol waited 15 months to make that fight.
Correct.
Bud didn't wait. So I said it was a duck because Bud told him no. And I don't know how else you can interpret somebody saying no other than to say you don't want the fight.
So then Spence made him wait when he said, I'm gonna clean up my side of the street.
No, he did
And
not
then
make him wait. No, he did not make him wait
so
because
when
he
he
told
came,
him. No,
oh,
because he told him. He
true.
told him to his face what he was doing. You don't have to wait on me. I'm going to clean up this side of the street. You don't need to wait. And Bud didn't wait. He had like 7 fights. Bud fought Amir Khan. He didn't wait. He fought Kell Brook. He didn't wait. He fought Sean Porter. He didn't wait. He fought Igis Kalvinakis. He didn't wait. He fought David Avanesyan. He didn't wait. Bud did not wait at all on Errol. Not at all. Not a minute. The only person that had to wait was Errol for 15 months to fight him. Had to maintain his weight for 15 months. Not get a fight for 15 months. And then get in the ring after him when he fought 7 months before that. So as far as the subject matter goes, I said he ducked him because he said no to a fight. And if I'm going to tell you right now, if Terence Crawford says, I am willing to fight Jaron Ennis, they enter a negotiation, and then Terence Crawford leaves the negotiation and fights somebody else when they're talking about a fight, and that is a mandatory fight that he's ordered, he drops his belts and leave, I'll call that a duck too. Because I define a duck is when you have a responsibility to fight somebody and you choose not to. Bud had a responsibility to fight Errol because they were in a negotiation. Whether or not he wanted more money, less money, whatever. Errol never left the negotiation. Never. And guess what? Errol gave up money to fight him. If you listen to the deal that they said Errol would have got $25 million, Terence would have got $25 million. Errol made more money, about $5-6 million more in this fight than he would have got with that hedge fund or whatever who was going to offer it. He said 25 and 25. Errol Spence Jr. made no less than 30. So he would have been giving up $3 million to do what Bud asked. And if he had not given Bud damn near 50-50, Bud would have made $25 million and Errol might have made more. Errol even gave the man a coin flip, had to get that man a coin flip to see who'd walk in first. So you
could be right, but you can interpret it as a strategy move on Bud's part.
Dude, I'm telling you what I said at the time.
Right,
true. The man said no to a fight. He walked away from a fight.
Right.
The fact that he came back around doesn't have anything to do with the fact that he said no. If Keith Thurman comes back and fights Errol now, it doesn't mean that Keith Thurman didn't duck him just because now he's willing to fight him for whatever reason. The man said no to a fight. So he left the negotiation to do it. That's not being unfair. That's just a fact.
I get what you're saying. We just looking at it two different type of ways, but I still see your point of the matter because he said no and walked away, and regardless of what you taking it as a duck, I'm looking at it like it could have just been a strategy move. But
okay, well, let me go your way and say Errol does a strategy move. What if Errol Spence says strategy move? I'm not going to fight you, Bud. I'm going to wait until you lose. And then he's still waiting, hasn't fought him. Is that a duck? It's a strategy move.
Yes, it depends how you go.
Strategy move.
It could be either one. It could be either one. It could be either one. It could be either one.
Hey, but let me roll on and let these others do. One dude was in a line for a long time, bro. I think he jumped out, but I'm gonna give him a chance. Hey, Brian, thank you for your support. And again, I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, and I appreciate what your viewpoint, all of that good stuff, bro. But I just want you to understand on that point why I said that.
At that time, I get it 100%. I get it, definitely.
Yeah. All right, bro. Get back.
Yes, sir.
Take care, man.
Yes, sir.
All right. Tim, hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you coming by, man. That's a great conversation. Errol had a fight with Keith Thurman. Fight was ready, set. Errol just didn't want it, so it's on Errol. Tevin Smith, that's not true. He got injured. He got injured. He got in a car accident. It's not that he didn't want it. He had a car accident. And he also told Terence Crawford, dude, if you would have just told me, I could have taken another fight. Errol would have taken another fight if he knew Terence Crawford was not going to fight him back in November. Dude, I have been talking about this thing the entire time, man. Call a spade, man. And most of these people out here trying to do all this talking, bro, they ain't keeping it a buck at all. Hey, dog, Rick Timms, bro, I got to put you on mute, bro. I got to put you on mute, bro. Seriously, I'm so tired, and I respect you, but you got to stop with, I don't want to hear that anymore. We're not talking about last Saturday. We're not talking about last Saturday. Okay, it's like, no joke, bro. It's been like 3 days of that, bro. I don't care that everybody knows everything was settled last Saturday. It doesn't stop people from me asking questions to me. Okay? It really doesn't. And I bypass those comments a lot of times. Terence Crawford won the fight. He's the better fighter. If somebody wants to ask me about what I said a year ago or half a year ago, I have to answer the question, man. I don't have the leeway to sit back and not answer it. Because I was fair to Bud. At this point in time, I have the right to defend myself and clarify statements that I've made without having the fact that Terence Crawford settled it. We know that. We know that he won the fight. How many times are we going to say he won the fight? In answers to people that are coming up to me that want me to talk to them. The fight is settled. You don't have to keep telling me that the fight is settled. That is an obvious thing. Now, you were upset with people rubbing stuff in your face and all of that for all that time, but you, for a consistent week, have not stopped doing it to other people. He didn't duck last weekend. Yeah, I got it. He didn't duck last weekend. I got that. How many more times are you going to say it? I mean it. How many more times are you going to say it? It's like winning is not enough. And a week of saying it is not enough. He won. The numbers were great. He won. He's the number one pound for pound fighter in the world. Errol Spence Jr. got obliterated. All of Errol's fans that said things to you were wrong and now they got to eat crow. How many times are you going to serve up the same crow? How many times are you going to throw quips at me about how, oh, that don't matter no more? Dude, you and absolutely positively talking to me to boot. Every time that you've ever wanted air on this channel, I gave it to you to represent Terence Crawford through the entire time. And I treated you with respect the entire time. But for some reason, you continue to pepper the comments with smart comments, sarcastic comments about Terence Crawford winning the fight. Please stop. And I'm asking you directly to please stop doing that. Especially when I'm talking to somebody that is trying to get me to explain after I have all kind of channels claiming I said this and claiming I said that, knowing full well that I never said any of that. You knowing full well, because I explained to you, with you here, inviting you on my channel, that I didn't say that. Claymore Rain, how can I help you?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Okay, good. How you doing today, by the way? I know how you get about it. So how you doing today, man?
I'm good, brother. How you doing, big man?
I'm doing good, man. No complaints. Yeah, so I mean, I'm trying to wrap my mind around really what it's all about as far as, so I guess people are attacking you maybe because they feel like you were being unbiased and they're trying to like rub it all in your face. Is that kind of like what's happening right now, or am I kind of, if you can get me on point here? Like, what's going on right now? You're defending yourself against what? People are like saying you said something that you didn't say. Like, what?
Okay, well, let me tell you what's going on here.
Okay.
I have a video in which I'm talking about Errol Spence Terence Crawford does 675,000 pay-per-views.
Okay.
People are still calling it a failure.
Okay.
Bud could beat Floyd. That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh. Okay.
And as I talk, I have comments like this that come up. That Mark Thomas says, excuse number 256-556. So I have to address them because I talk to people in the comments section.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
what
sir.
I'll do is I will say you're blocked
Got you.
and
Got you.
throw you out of here. And
Right.
then when people, but I will say that if you would like to ask me any questions, you're more than willing to come here so that I can explain to you what I meant. Or
Right.
if there's something specific that you have
Okay.
that you
Okay.
disagree with me on, please let me know what it is, and then we can discuss that from here.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's what I'll
All
say
right.
to you. Is there something that I said to you that you
Mm-hmm.
don't agree with? And if
Mm-hmm.
you don't agree with it, why?
Mm-hmm. Got you. Well, as far as the ducking situation is concerned, right? I was listening to the conversation you had with the gentleman before, and it did put some perspective on it because I disagree with the ducking, but I get the technical aspect of what you're saying as far as the act and what the act actually is if he doesn't fight and he's asking to be fight. He's asking, he's been called out to fight. So I do disagree with the word duck as far as because I just think the word duck has a cowardly tonation to it that people kind of like that's what they're defending where they're feeling like nah, Spence is not scared to fight. Excuse me, Crawford is not scared to fight Spence. But I do understand what you mean by saying that because I don't think it's a fear thing you're saying, right? You're not calling Crawford a coward of some sort or like he's scared to fight. You're saying basically him not coming to the table and leaving the table for negotiations was officially a duck for him to walk away and fight with somebody else. Am I right?
Let me give my
Okay.
explanation because I got like two cats behind and Rick Timms who's gonna cuss me out.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Rick Timms is a friend
Don't
of
want to
mine.
get in
He's
the way
one
of
of the
that.
best
Don't want to get
dudes.
in the way of that.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. So look, all right. So watch this, okay?
Yes,
I'm at a
sir.
little bit of a disadvantage because I'm a lawyer.
Boom.
So whenever I hear a word,
Uh-huh.
I give a definition for the word.
Yes, sir.
For me, duck is literally that. You're ducking out of the way of something coming at you.
Right.
Now, you can, whatever reason you do to move out of the way, we can argue about.
Right.
But the question is there something that legitimately that you should be doing that you do not do?
Uh,
So if somebody is a mandatory,
right.
right? And you say, for example, Jamal Charlo is Canelo Alvarez mandatory. But Canelo
Right.
says, I don't want to fight you. I would rather fight Julio Cesar Chavez Jr.
Right.
because Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. is going to make me more money.
Right.
That to me is you have to choose. You have a mandatory that is a better fighter than the guy that you're going to fight for more money.
Right.
Is
Right.
Canelo afraid of Charlo? I doubt it.
Right.
But did he
Right.
duck him? Yes.
Yeah.
Because he
Okay.
had a responsibility to fight him. That's the word duck. Now, as far as people that come by the channel and other conversations we have,
Right.
I agree 100% with you that people overuse the word duck because they say anytime a fight isn't happening that I want to happen, that's a
Right.
duck. No,
Right.
you're only ducking something if you have a responsibility. You're ducking your responsibility. You're not ducking the fighter, you're ducking the
Right.
responsibility.
Right.
So
Right.
if it makes sense to add that extra bit to it,
Right.
Terence Crawford ducked his responsibility to accept that fight and see that negotiation all the way through. So you could have ducked, but you don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be a coward. You can know full
Right.
well you're winning. You can do all
Right.
of that. Just similarly, say Terence Crawford knows full well he's going to beat Jaron Ennis. But if Jaron Ennis is the IBF mandatory, he's ducking. He would be avoiding.
Right.
Right. And that's what you do.
Right.
That's a synonym. If you're going to duck a punch, you're going to avoid it. You would be avoiding it. Now, people want to argue about why you're avoiding it or not. I have never said that I thought Terence Crawford was scared of Errol.
Never. Facts.
What I'm saying
For the
is,
people, for the
go ahead,
people in
man.
the chat, I hope that gives y'all some relief because I have a feeling a large percentage of you guys were trying to confront Fanon on him questioning Crawford's testicle fortitude.
Yeah.
Testicular
Now let me
fortitude.
tell you something else too. Let me help
Right.
you with something else too.
Yes, sir.
I am trying to slap these fools down so they get out of the face of other people.
Church.
Me, I get paid for people to come talk to me. So I
Right.
considered, hey, dude, that's part of the job. I don't mind. That's
Right.
why people say, don't let them. No, I don't get upset because
Right.
I know what I said and I know what I believe. And if anybody comes with me, you better believe the entire time I've said anything, I've covered my bases,
You're
which
ready.
is why
You're
these
ready
guys
for
keep.
it.
Yeah, because I was ready before I leave my mouth.
Church.
So
Church.
that's why these guys have to resort to, oh, I know I can't, you didn't say it, but what you really mean is because they can't get me
Right.
off of what I actually said.
I see you do that all the time with the feelings. When they get
Yeah,
on in their
that's
feelings.
what they're resorting to. They're thinking in the back of their head, oh, I know he
Right.
really doesn't like Errol. I know he really wants Errol to win. I know he hates Terence. And I'm going to try to find a way to get him to
Right.
show me that. And they can't get me to show that because you have to go off what I've said. And if what I've said is logically sound and factually accurate, it doesn't
Period.
matter whether I like him or not.
It's a
Did
trap.
he say no to the fight or did he not? That
He
is a
said
yes
no,
or no
period.
question.
That's a no. In fact,
See?
that's a no.
So
Yup.
please understand, like that truck you driving,
Yes, sir.
are you going to be worried about somebody standing in front of your truck while you running it straight
Nah.
forward like it's going to hurt you?
Nah. I got
What's
you.
going to happen? They're
Yup.
going to wind up plastered all over the road.
They do
So
something with themselves.
me,
Yup.
trust you believe, I ain't worried about none of these dudes talking to me because they're going to run into right what I just said. Because before I said any of it, I define the word that I'm using.
Right.
I have a reason for saying that I believe this, and it is going to be fact. It's going to be based in a rule and backed up by a fact. And then the rest of the discussion is going to be the interpretation of it, but you're going to fall on it every time. It's easy money for me. But I do this for the majority of the chat because that's just what happens in a live stream. It's entertaining for people.
Yeah, it's entertaining for me. I'm sitting here entertained for sure. So I think what you said earlier, it was significant. The lawyer in you, and I think that's why. By the way, I've waited forever to call in because I'm not trying to play myself and I want to really figure out what's going on because I already see the game. So you're powerful with your words. You know what you're saying. So that's why you're always quick to be like, tell me when I said, because you already know what's going to happen because you didn't say it and you know what they're about to get into. And it's about to be a meme. All right, so I got you. No, I got you. So two things. Well, that was one thing. Secondly, holding to what you define as a duck has Canelo been officially ducking at this point? Has he been ducking? And this move with Charlo, is this a duck?
Of who?
Canelo ducking David, my boy David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? At what point is it going to be a duck? At what point is this a duck that Canelo's doing right now officially?
Okay, first, let's say this.
All right.
Based on my definition of it, it's hard to say because he's not in order to fight him. No, you want me to be fair? I'll be fair to Canelo.
Right.
I'll be fair to Canelo.
Right.
Canelo Alvarez is the undisputed champion in that division. He's the undisputed champion. So is it a duck to fight Jermell Charlo? It came out of the blue for sure. But Canelo Alvarez is seeing as he's the undisputed champion, but they have not ordered a fight. The WBC hasn't ordered the fight.
Okay.
He could fight him or David Morrell. You know what I mean?
Mandatory doesn't mean that he's been ordered to fight.
No, mandatory means that's exactly what mandatory means, that you've been ordered to fight or they've said that they are going to order you to fight him. That's what a mandatory is. What David Benavidez is I got to go, man. I got to move to the next dude. But I'm not to be rude, but I got like Terry.
No, I got it. I know.
Yeah, Rick Tim about to give me that smoke, and I'm gonna listen to every word of it.
All right. If
But,
you
all
don't
right,
mind,
brother.
after you're done with Tim, if you could clarify it just online, like with us on.
Yeah,
there,
I'll
before I
do it.
get
I'll
some
say that for
perspective on
sure.
it.
I'll talk about it for sure.
Thank you, brother.
All right, brother. Hold on 1 second. Rick, what's going on, Rick? I can't hear you. I can't hear anything you're saying, bro. You on.
I say my sound might be messed up since I'm driving. Can you hear me
No, you
clearly?
good, bro. Yeah, you good. You definitely good.
See, check it out, dog. When Bud pulled the bullshit David Anvil move, I openly admitted it was a duck. And I blasted Bud. I said I was gonna be done with Bud if it wasn't Errol, Spence, next. I called him to the carpet. You check it out, dog. So when I made it clear to you, when I'm specifically directing a statement or a comment to you, I type your name first. Even when I do the yawning emoji for the busted gloves, you don't be the only ones talking about busted gloves when I drop that yawning emoji. So it seemed like it's okay for the continuing bud slugs, the snack, the Victor Conti, the loaded gloves, the stack wraps, etc., etc., etc. But when I drop my little shit, it's starting to be a problem, and I don't understand that. For none, talk to me. Why is it a problem when we can read a shitload of anti-bud comments, but when we give this shit back, it's a problem now? Why?
Okay. First, you have a wrench. You got a wrench. And you got a wrench for a reason. For you to throw anybody out that does that. And you can throw out anybody that you believe.
Now, well, see, I'm not Kamal Oz. I don't just time out and hide people behind bullshit. I can.
Dog, listen. Just listen to me. You got a wrench. And if there are people that are saying anything other than the Cash App, and a lot of times, trust me, when people say that shit, I don't read that shit. I be ignoring that shit. I ignore that shit. Or if somebody is saying something, that's why I always make sure that there's Bud fans that are able to get on the channel. Always Bud fans that got wrenches. They can always throw anybody out willy-nilly out here talking craziness. I read hashtag puffy nipples every time Terry Schmoot says it. Hashtag puffy nipples. When people said, hey man, hashtag busted gloves, I'll laugh and say hashtag busted gloves, but I'll also say hashtag puffy nipples. Hashtag man, in a minute. And so, yeah, I would jump around on that. I'll jump around on that a little bit. I do. But I always give Bud the respect, and I gave you a wrench so that anybody that says anything that you think is too abusive of any fighter, that you can throw them out. And not only do I ask you to throw them out, I want you to throw them out. Whether they have wrenches, whether they do not. And if somebody is out there harassing and doing that thing and rubbing it in the face of those fighters, I want you to tell me, I'm going to take that wrench, I'm going to throw them out. Like I'll do in a second, which is why I said Rick is one of the persons that should be able to snatch wrenches and throw people out. I said that. I literally said that. Rick Timms should be able to throw people with wrenches out, because if you have a wrench and you are being abusive in a fashion that makes boxing fans feel uncomfortable, Rick Timms can throw you out. And I will reiterate that. Take that dude's wrench. You ever right? Ask Fanon, take his wrench. I'm throwing his ass out immediately, without a question. The wrench is gone because you take wrenches. That is always there for you. You don't have to feel like you're Kamal Osman. If anybody says to you anything that you feel uncomfortable or you think somebody's abusive, you can immediately say, take their wrench. And if you want their wrench taken, you can take their wrench and you can block them from the channel. That is something that you have, because you specifically are somebody that gets inundated with that stuff. And I know it. So there isn't even any need for that. You just shoot him and get rid of him. That's it. So we don't have to. So anybody that's anti-Bud, talking too crazy, clip them. And I understand what you've been saying.
I'm not.
But it's important, bro, because the conversations, because people will over time do things like that and make take a toxic environment for Bud fans. And I don't want a toxic environment for Bud fans. I don't. Now, as far as the other part that you said, that's once again, man to man, you're right. I have to remember that if Rick says something, it will say to Fanon. That part slips me because I get so many comments that I'd be forgetting about it. That you said that. If it's Fanon, I owe an apology for. All these motherfuckers, all these dudes out here saying stupid shit, dog, use a wrench. Pull over if you in a car and be like, bro, you got one more time to say that, or I'm snatching your wrench and I'm throwing you out. And if you don't feel like actually doing it, all you got to say is, Fanon, take this dude's wrench. And it don't take nothing but that. For anybody out here, and most of these dudes, the people that really know, and you guys are going back politely over the most part, and even if they got a wrench, you be like, look, dude got a wrench, really getting out of hand. And the reason that I say that you can do that is because you are so calm and you're not going to overuse it. But please, use it. I'm begging you, use it. Because you're reading the comments. I read one, and then I'm talking, and then I see three guys behind me. That's how I am. And I hope that's fair. Because, bro, I ain't got nothing but love and respect for you, bro. I don't got nothing but love and respect for you. Please, if somebody is saying something, go ahead, man.
Yeah, but see, man, I'm just not petty like that. I can read shit that I don't agree with and just keep scrolling. If it ain't just ultimately disrespectful or just way left field, it's fine. It's just the nature of the game.
Do something for me though.
Huh?
Do something for me. Add one more criteria. Consistency. If somebody is consistently doing something that is near the line, get them out. They don't have to go one time super severe, but if they keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, the cumulative effect of it is it makes it unfair. It makes it unfun for other people to be in the chat. And you said that. You're like, all this time you're saying all these things. And there are a lot more Errol Spence Jr. fans, period, than there are Terence Crawford. So it's easy for that stuff to start hitting on top of people's heads, bro. And I appreciate you, brother. Like, no joke, bro. I appreciate you. And I got a lot of respect for you. I do. And I apologize because I trigger off. Like, I'm not calm like you are. Somebody says something stupid to me, it's hard for me to interpret it's anything meant for me. You know what I mean? And not that you said something stupid. That's a wrong example. I'm just saying that if somebody says something aggressive, I'm going to be the one I'm going to shoot back, bro. It's not going to take me very, very long at all. You are a lot more calm, a lot more mellow than I am. And I appreciate you, brother. And I got nothing but respect for you. And I'll try to keep in mind if you'll at me on something. Cool?
Cool. We good. I got you.
All right, brother. Now throw somebody out the chat, bro. Use the wrench, throw somebody out, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, man.
All right, get back, brother. Come on, Oz. I'm sorry that took so long. What's up?
Hey, you don't have to apologize to me, Fanon. It's YouTube, not our tube, not my tube. It's YouTube. You are the content creator. This is your channel. You do what you think is necessary. And I think a lot of people have lost track of the fact that this is YouTube. So just following up on Rick Timms, I pointed it out to people and I've asked people, hey, if you don't want me here, take away my wrench. And I asked people to vote on it. But the bottom line is, when you talk about pettiness, there has been pettiness by people. And I do appreciate people calling me out by name, but I have seen a lot of disrespect towards you, Fanon, and I've gotten rid of that, or disrespect towards Errol. We'll say, going back to this fact of ducking, What I've seen is people try to whitewash history, try to rewrite history. Bottom line is, for whatever reason, Crawford was not forthcoming in the negotiations with Errol Spence. He did not negotiate in good faith, and it's a fact, for whatever reason, he did duck the fight. Errol, on the other hand, did not take advice that we know he was getting from his advisors or one of his handlers to know when to fold the negotiations and schedule another fight and do his due diligence. This whole situation the final result does not take away from the steps that got us there. And anything you do, you have to evaluate the results of a big decision or something that you do. For example, when I was in Iraq, when I was with the Army and we go on patrol, we would have, before we would leave the base, we would have mission briefs letting us know, hey, these are our objectives. This is what we're going to do. This is what I want you guys to be aware of. When we came back, we'd have post-mission debriefs. Hey, this is what happened. You guys need to improve on this. You guys did this well. Break. Errol is having those post-mission, post-fight analysis with Al Heyman, with his camp, with Derek James and everyone else. So someone pointing out the fact that in negotiations, he allowed himself to lose all of the leverage that he had rightfully earned of taking on tough challenge after tough challenge after tough challenge, collecting 3 of the belts, and earning the lion's share, being the A side. That is fair game. Talking about the foolishness of having a coin flip at a boxing match, that is 100% fair game for someone to bring up. Saying the fact that Crawford won the fight does not negate the fact that he had a poor resume coming in and that he did, for whatever reason, and I didn't say he was scared, but for whatever reason, he ducked the fight with Errol Spence. You cannot rewrite history or wash history. And that's what I think you're getting at. That's what I've said from the very beginning. The pay-per-view numbers, the result of all of this, of Errol being such an honest and stand-up guy, and that's why he's built up so much goodwill with his friends and with his fans, and that's why he had such a big following. It is 100% fair game for us to say, hey, look, what could we have done better in this situation? It wasn't the right point of view to say no tune-ups. I don't want to fight Stanionis when the WBA ordered me to. Before I fight Crawford, or this guy's waffling. It's been since April after the Ugas fight. We immediately entered negotiations. Al Heyman and maybe Steven Espinoza are saying, hey, look, you give us big ratings. There are other welterweight fights we want to make for you. You got to know that this guy's kind of waffling. All of that is fair game in the analysis, and it's 100% fair game. And I think people are losing sight of this to say, hey, look, Crawford didn't have a great resume. Him beating Errol Spence is not proof that he had a great resume. Period. It is 100% fair game for us to analyze as his fans what went wrong. Why did he perform the way that he did? Was it in his best interest to be so stubborn and so open and honest? Chillville was great on this the other day when he brought up this point, where sometimes you can be such an open book, you can be so transparent, you can show all your cards that someone takes advantage of you. And that 100% happened in this negotiation, from the foolishness of a coin flip to not getting a fight beforehand. So I just wanted to point that out, Fernand, because I think that's what you've been trying to impart on people. You can't whitewash history. The ends don't always justify the means. And the fact is, you got to give Crawford, you got to give Bomac credit for the win, but you also got to analyze Errol and say, hey, look, this was a misstep in not getting a fight with Stanionis, or being stubborn and saying no tune-ups. This was a misstep in giving away all this. And to me, I'm going to hang up on this, Fernand. I want to get your thoughts on it. The pay-per-view numbers, the live gate, all of that, to me, the way Errol's been treated and disrespected. I saw a corporate media member saying Errol Spence and Crawford, this is proof positive when ducking goes wrong. And I said that couldn't be even more wrong than what we know, because Errol Spence was the one that was pushing for this from the beginning, so much so that he put himself in disadvantageous situations. This is proof positive that Tank Davis and his plan is 100% correct. Tank Davis is the face of boxing, and the way he approaches business is 100%. Because I'll tell you what, Fernand, Tank Davis wouldn't have made those concessions that Errol made. Tank Davis is fighting Haney, or if he fights Shakur, he's going to be like, hey, this is what I'm demanding. You either accept it, or I've got 10 other dudes that want to fight me. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that, Fanon. All of this, these memes, people misconceptualizing stuff, totally misevaluating what happened here, the anger, the frustration. They're not realizing, utilizing critical thinking skills to say, hey, look, we have to do the after action report and see what went wrong with Errol. Hey, was it in his best interest not to take a fight? Was it in his best interest not to say, hey, look, these negotiations are going nowhere. This is my deadline. I've got Stanionis or I got Thurman lined up. And proof positive with the 675,000 pay-per-view buys that once again, those people who were gaslighting, who were lying and saying Ryan Garcia is not a big name, Tank can fight Haney and get the same numbers, or can fight Shakur and get the same numbers, all of that was fiction. I want to get your thoughts on that, and I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
That's a lot to give you thoughts on. That's my thought number one. Okay, first and foremost, I guess about the ducking part. Only reason that I bring that up, I don't ever want to bring that up, is just to tell people when they ask me that I owe somebody an apology, that I don't owe you shit. You didn't take a fight. You left Errol standing there holding the bag and didn't give a fuck. Went and got $6 million or $10 million or whatever it was and got a tune-up while Errol didn't earn a penny. Also didn't get a chance in the ring, didn't get to capitalize on how good he looked against Yordenis Ugas because he was keeping a promise that he made to Bud. Bud never said that he was going to fight Terence Crawford, Errol Spence Jr. next. He always was like, I don't need the fight. So Errol was the one trying to make that fight. And that is obvious because he's the one that did not turn the fight down. So all of this stuff that people want to do about trying to get in my mind or the minds of others and justify their own beliefs by some guess as to what my motive is, jump right past the facts to try to get to my motive. No, let's talk about the facts. The fact is that Terence Crawford had an offer on the table to fight Errol Spence Jr. last November, and he said that he was taking it. He just needed a couple more concessions. He got the concessions, and he still went on and fought somebody else. And now we know what one of the concessions were. We need a coin flip to see who walks out first. How the fuck petty is that? To need a coin flip. Who negotiates in a fight where you are standing to make $30 million about who walks out first and needing a coin flip to determine it? Who knows what other absolutely ridiculous things were being asked for, like to be able to view every dollar that was spent. Become a promoter and you can get this info. With all of those things were being talked about. That's what Bud said. He was holding up the fight. Errol gave in to every single solitary one of those demands and did not take a tune-up at all and got in the ring while holding his weight the entire time. A coin flip is stupid. You just say you walk in first or I walk in first and call it a day. What kind of petty shit is that? So that's just petty, stupid shit that should never stand in the way of a fight. Is who walks out first. When one guy has 3 belts, the other guy has 1, whatever, I don't care. So what? Let's make the fight. What do people done in the past? Who cares? It's just silly. So like Errol said on the weigh-in, he had to give in to all of these demands by Terence Crawford. But back, you do not want to talk about the facts that Terence turned the fight down. You just want to talk about people's motives for saying it. No, I do not have to admit it was one of the most epic coin flips of all time. It didn't mean shit. It was stupid. The man, on top of it, it wasn't even a real coin toss. He threw it underneath the carpet. He threw it. They literally had to move. The shit was so meaningless that they literally had the coin fly up underneath a curtain, and they had to move the curtain to the side to see what it was. The coin didn't even flip. The coin went up in the air and landed flat. It was stupid and petty. But anyway, Errol signed up for it, so he can't complain, but I can call it petty. Now, as far as the Gervonta Davis part of that, this is what I think. That Gervonta Davis should run anybody that he negotiates with 15 feet below the earth to fight him. You are going to be fighting. If I'm fucking around and I'm Gervonta after that, seeing Errol Spence Jr. lost all that money to Bud, let's talk about the money he lost to Bud. Let's not just talk about the $30 million he got from the fight, because that's a lot of money. But let's talk about the $10 million that he didn't get fighting a tune-up because Bud pulled out on him. And then let's talk about the fact that he gave him close to 50 when Bud ain't had a profitable fight ever. Bud should have been fighting for 70-30 is what he should have been fighting for. So you take away and do the math on those numbers where Errol would have got the 70-30 he deserved. And how much money and opportunity he gave to Bud to get the fight. And the fact that he didn't fight anybody before that. And you will see the opportunity costs associated with him fighting him. Now opportunity is theoretical. He made $30 million. He got his money. I don't give a shit about a coin cost. Ain't nobody who televised. Fuck out of my face, bro. Marcus, he said, Fanon about to get his wrench taken. No, I'm not about to get my wrench taken. You about to just get that name taken. Let me tell you something, brother. I won't take your wrenches. Speculative damages are non-recoverable. Really? Are you sure about that, T. Orlando Pearson? Are you sure? What about expectation damage? What about expectation damages? Where you hurt somebody what happens if you hurt somebody and you have to pay their what money that they would have earned if they were able to go to work? What about that? I'm asking you honestly, T. Orlando, what about expectation? What about expectation damages? Or the fact that if you go to work and you hurt me, now I can't go to work and you've cost me that money. Why? Oh, that's not speculative. It is got to be speculative. To a certain extent, it's speculative because you don't know if they were going to show up to work. You're speculating that they would actually have gotten there. But then again, you can say, yeah, but you're the but-for cause that they didn't. Damn it. I like that dude. If you can establish your prior wages, fair enough. No, we do. Hey, King of Kings, no, we do not have a lawyer off. You have me asking T. Orlando what he thinks. Don't get it twisted. I don't debate people like T. Orlando Pearson on issues like this. I just ask him questions. Unlike you bozos that don't know when to leave best enough alone. T. Orlando Pearson, in a debate about the litigation of legal matters, will absolutely positively embarrass me. So I'm staying as far away from that dude as I can. And I'll stick to my riddly-piddly contracts. Salute to T. Orlando Pearson. I know you are, brother, but T. Orlando, nah, dog. T. Orlando he's a law professor, and he is a federal litigator. I know my depth, and he is out of my depth. Okay, he's out of my depth. I don't fuck around with T. Orlando. I don't fuck around with T. Orlando Pearson when it comes to things like that. But anyway, and I see y'all on the chat. I'll get there in a second. Just give me one more second, y'all. The answer to Gervonta Davis is that if I was Gervonta Davis, I would these people would literally give me everything short of their firstborn child in order to get a fight with me. He would have to give everything short of their firstborn child to get a fight with me. And if Jermell Charlo beats Canelo, Terence Crawford is fighting for 20%. Because I don't need that fight. I'm a 2-time undisputed and I beat Canelo. I don't need you. I'm already in the Hall of Fame. You get 90-10 and prove yourself. Otherwise, fuck off and go fight anybody else you feel like fighting but me. Next time, don't go looking at me in a crowd because I don't need your partner. I already got my payday. Don't get it twisted. Bud ain't no big star going to be dictating to anybody terms of agreements. That was Errol Spence Jr. that allowed him to do that. And by the way, I was pitching hard for him not to. I was pitching hard for him not to do that. You get all your money. Now, Claymore Ray, what's going on real quick? So what was the last? Because I got these other dudes they've been waiting a long time.
Well, what we were talking about the Canelo and the David Benavidez situation.
Okay,
but also, for whatever it's worth, I think you being mean about Gervonta, and I think you being mean about Charlo and giving my man 10%. But I'm not going to debate you on that. There's nothing to debate. I just think you're being mean. But yeah, Canelo
watch this. I am being mean. I absolutely positively am being mean. 100% I'm being mean. Dude, that's something I know. It's negotiations, and I'm telling you. People will walk into negotiations and they will try to snatch your shirt off your back if you let them get away with it. So if I know that you are somebody that is a bad faith negotiator, like Terence Crawford is, he is a bad faith negotiator because Errol Spence Jr. was not given that fight last year when he was able to fight, and Bud ducked him, didn't duck him. Let's say he ducked out of the negotiation, and went to get a payday, left Errol standing there, and even Bernie the boxer said, we left him in the dirt. Yeah. So if I'm anybody else with any leverage whatsoever over Bud, I'm telling you right now, you tripping, brother. I especially if Jermell goes to fight Canelo and beats Canelo, and Terence wants to fight with him after that, dog, you're back to being B-side, but this time, dog, I'm taking all my money against you. Because I'm a 2-time undisputed champion in 2 weight divisions, and I deserve it. So if you want the fight, I don't care if you're number 1 pound for pound. 1 for pound on these nuts is what I would say. Take these big pound
question though,
and kiss my ass. I got to move. But what's up?
Well, my question to you is, I feel that argument as far as from Errol Spence's point of view, Gervonta's point of view, Charlo's point of view. But does Terence Crawford, outside of the way he handled the negotiation, doesn't he have a right to see his value and feel his values a certain way and negotiate it in that direction? Should he just be forced to take what they offer him because he should be grateful that they're even entertaining to fight him? And
no, you know what he can do? You know what he can do?
Okay.
He can say no. Just like he didn't care. Just like he didn't care about Errol Spence Jr. getting his value, nobody should care about him getting his, because Terence Crawford don't give a shit about your value. Since Terence Crawford don't care about Errol's value and demanding up to close to 50% when he ain't never even had a profitable fight, then why in the world should Gervonta care about his value, Terence's value? And why should Jamal care about Terence Crawford's value?
Right.
What's good is good. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if you're going to negotiate that like that, that's how you negotiate. And I don't trust you because I know you'll pull out and you're going to negotiate with other people at the same time. And you're going to stretch the fight out and ask for coin flips and all kind of other stuff because I'm stupid enough to act like I want you. Basically, what Bud is, and I don't mean to be rude when I say this, Bud is like a stuck-up broad, in my opinion, the way he negotiates. Like, oh, you think I'm going to spend you want to go to dinner with me? No less than $300. What? I'm sorry. I'll take an 8. You can take your 10-piece ass and get the fuck up out my face.
I know you're about to go. But just to close it out for me and say, Bud's had a journey, that where he might be a little butthurt about the way he's been dealt with.
That's his problem, bro.
Process. Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying when he came to the table. Right. But I mean, I just think if he didn't handle If he didn't handle the negotiations the way he did, I wonder would he still get like? Is that the only problem? Is him walking away like he did, or
Dude,
is it that he thinks so much of himself?
dog, I don't care. Bud can get his money.
Okay.
I'm being neutral on this.
Okay.
Bud can get his money. What he negotiates, he deserves. What allowed him to make this much money is that he's a great fighter. And he, however, every other person that is a party to a negotiation deserves what they can negotiate. And if I'm dealing with somebody that, and I know their behavior in a negotiation, I am going to behave appropriately. I'm going to give you a take it or leave it scenario. And guess what? If you don't want it, leave it. And what Errol should have done, now watch this. If Errol would have done this, hindsight is 2020. If Errol Spence Jr. would have said, you know what, Terence, it's going to be 60-40 or we're not going to fight. Just tell me if you want to fight or not. And he says no, then tell Terence Crawford to go away. And you fight and you move up to 154 and you do whatever you're going to do. Or you fight Keith Thurman or you fight whoever you want. But that was his decision to do that. Now, if I, on the other hand, am somebody like Gervonta Davis and I'm looking at Devin Haney or looking at Shakur Stevenson or any of these other really, really good fighters that people want me to prove myself against, trust me, I'm not giving up shit to prove none to none of y'all. Because all you're going to be out there doing is laughing and making memes of me while this dude got more money than he deserved. You can kiss my ass. These dudes ain't getting nothing up off me. That's me if I'm Gervonta Davis, and I mean it. I would tell you in a second. Look, man, the more likely it is that that dude has a chance to beat you, the more you demand your money. Because that is risk. Terence Crawford was extremely high risk. So you make sure for the amount of risk, you jack your reward. And you don't pay him
Floyd,
money to be more risk. He didn't deserve it. And that is a case study. And don't give them Negroes nothing they don't deserve.
Yeah,
give
Floyd
them what they
that. That was
deserve.
Floyd's, yeah, that's how Floyd carried it.
And if you ask for more money than you deserve, the answer is going to be no. And that is a business proposition. If you're gambling with somebody, you don't give away the odds. You don't say, okay, I know that I don't know, Frank Martin is fighting Deontay Wilder, and I know that the odds are going to be 1,000-1 easy that Frank wins it, and then the guy you're betting says, hey, how about you? Why don't you do me a favor? I don't want to take that bet unless, you know, if he wins, you only pay me, you know, plus 10. What do you mean?
Right.
You mean I'm taking this risk of this $100 at 1,000-1, but you don't want to pay me the 10,000. You want me to pay you $1 for the privilege of betting your dumb ass? Fuck
and I'm
you.
probably gonna lose anyway. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean,
so
yeah, I'm probably gonna lose anyway.
So the risk reward is the more risky the fighter is, the less you're gonna pay him. Because you are accepting all the risk and you have all of the reward. So why, if I was Gervonta Davis, would I pay Shakur Stevenson any higher a percentage of the income than he has deserved through him selling pay-per-views?
Period.
If he has not sold the pay-per-views to justify the percentage, then he's not getting anything more than that. If he insists on more than that and acts cute, get your ass out my face. Which is exactly why what a very smart businessman did to Shakur Stevenson, which was, if you want to fight me, 75-25. And then Shakur said, you know, I'm not going to take that. You're going to take that if you want to fight me, or you're going to get your ass over there to the mandatory and make him force me to give you the money.
And then I'm out. I'm heading to 140 anyway. So
and then I'm going to double whop your ass and get the champion in recess. So if you fight Loma and your ass loses, I can go back and get the same money fighting Lomachenko, and you're at that business decision by Bill Haney is a beautiful way to say, dude, earn what you get. Now, you can earn it by getting them to give it to you. You can earn it that way, but you're going to go write that paper, do what the fuck you got to do to earn it and make them enforce me to pay it, right? To get you that extra value. But
You're
guess
good,
what
bro.
I got? I got a counter.
I ain't gonna even hold you. You're good. you do your thing, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, it's good. It's clear. It's fun to watch. You good. You good at this. You good at this. We gonna disagree down the line, and but I ain't gonna even play with you. Like I 100% agree with the way you're approaching it. I think, and just speaking on business, that's the way to do it. Unfortunately, from a fan's perspective, it makes it difficult for us to see some of the fights we want to see because everybody wants to get rich. But on a business level, that's the way it needs to be handled because you also got to set a precedent. And I appreciate that. I also wouldn't mind one day, because I'm not going to hold, I could do this all day with you.
Nah, brother, I like you, bro. You're a good dude. I got two dudes behind you, though. But finish
when
it.
you get a chance down the line, maybe on your next show, I want you to be Bud Crawford's, Shakur Stevenson's lawyer, and I want to see how you negotiate them to get the best deal they can get.
Okay, no worries. I'll do it right after these guys.
I want to see that.
I'll do it right after these guys.
Perfect. I'm waiting. I can't wait. All right, then. Thank you, brother.
Jeffrey Brooks, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, real quick. Tevin Smith, I'm sorry. Tevin Smith said, hey, I'm cool with all Bud's Newfound fans having their moment in the sun because as an Errol fan, I have to believe in December. I have to believe that he's going to get it back in blood. Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, yeah, man. I've been, every time I say I'm not going to get on here, man, I just keep listening to all this good talk, man. It make me always hop on here. But I was just saying, I know when you and King was talking, King said, he don't want to fight Boots and this and that. I'm gonna say, hey, let the best fight the best. Let them all, you know what I'm saying? We all want to see the best fights, you know what I'm saying? So why not hook up Bud and Jerron Boots Ennis? You know, I want to see that. I want to see him fight Errol for the second time. I want him to fight Boots, and I want him to fight Jamel. But this is the only thing. Now, I wanted to ask you this question. Now, by Bud going up to 54, so that's going to leave the title belts vacant, right, for Boots to go ahead and get. So if he go ahead and get those, will he be able to mandate that fight at 54? Because I don't see Bud coming back down to 47 to fight Boots. So will he be able to go up to 54 and mandate that fight?
Get what? The Charlo fight?
No, I'm talking about Boots going up to mandate Bud at 54.
At 154? No,
yeah,
Bud's not a champion at 154.
Okay, right. So that's the only thing. I mean, if he want to fight Bud, he's most definitely going to have to go up to 54 and fight him. I don't see Bud coming back down to 47 just to fight Boots.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, Terence Crawford, that'd be a dumb decision to fight Boots at 154.
Hey, let the best fight the best.
Bad decision right there.
Hey, he trying to solidify himself in history. So hey, let the best fight the best. I see him knocking him out. Just like I said, Spence, I see him knocking Boots out. And guess what? I see him knocking Jamel out too. That happen. And Spence, he's jumping back in this too quick. Like I said, I really feel like he's jumping right back in there way too quick. I mean, if you're not going to take another tune-up, man, or another fight and fight somebody else, then you jumping right back into the fire for the same type of results with that. But hey, yeah, come on up to 54. Man, you want to see Bud? Come on up to 54. You got the frame for it. You got the body for it. So going on up there to 54 because he's not coming back down.
I'm gonna tell you what hey, let me get my names. I'll tell you what I think Boots can do.
Okay.
In a second. I'll just let me get my man first though. All right, brother.
Okay.
Get back there. They always good to talk to you, bro. What's going on, Noob?
Hey, what's up, Noob? How you doing?
I'm chilling, fire.
All right, man. Hey, I just wanted to call in and say, I'm Team Crawford. I'm going to always support your channel. And I want to say to everybody that listen to your chat, let's keep this fun, man. Let's keep it fun. And as a Crawford fan, I want to say this. Seems like Crawford's camp, his business people actually listened to everything you said do, and they actually pimped Earl Spence. That's why I'm pissed off at Derrick James and Earl Spence's entire team. Everything you're saying about the negotiations, about give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that. Just like I said if Terence Crawford didn't make a deal with Spence before July the 29th, that if I was Spence, I would walk away. Earl and I'm not going to say Spence because he's the boxer. You're supposed to put people around you to make things easy for you. Earl Spence's team put him in jeopardy by giving Bud all the bullshit that he asked for. And I'm a Bud fan. So no Spence fans and nobody else can say anything. You guys need to be addressing what Spence and his team allowed Bud and them to do. They let him do all this, a coin toss. Who walk out first? Let him walk. Listen, if I negotiate a fight with somebody and they walk away from me, guess what? It wouldn't be no damn fight. And excuse my language, I wouldn't have fought him unless it would have been 90-10. You gonna have me sitting up waiting? That was all a strategy to keep him out the ring, and it worked. That lets me know how dumb and asinine team Spence is. They not looking out for his best interest. That's exactly what happened. And people don't see that Bud and them pimped the hell out of Spence and his team. He sat out the ring for 15 months, walked away, lost money. Man, what the hell? You said this a long time ago. That's Noop. I think you should have been telling them that behind closed doors. I saw that coming. And that's why Earl looked like he looked.
Well, let me address it. Let me address that.
Go ahead, Noop.
Because I'm gonna play on Errol Spence Jr. side of it.
Okay.
The boss in that camp is Errol Spence. I can tell you that for certain. Errol's one thing that I know about Errol Spence Jr. was Errol Spence Jr. was taught that you listen to people that are experts, but at the end of the day, you make the decision that you make because you are the boss of your life. You got to live with your decisions. So Errol wanted that fight. He wanted that undisputed. He wanted that money, and he decided that that's what he was going to do. I know for a fact that everybody around him wanted him to move on. I know that for a fact. Everybody wanted to leave that shit alone because Bud froze up all of the fucking PBC and all of their fighters for 6 months. They were so determined. Errol was so determined to make that fight with the PBC. And Showtime wanted that fight. They all wanted that fight last year, which is why they refused to schedule anything for any of those fighters for the entire second half of the year. Bud Crawford didn't just cost Errol money. He cost a lot of fighters a lot of money by acting as if the deal was going to be signed at any given moment and never signing it. So Errol, though, did not go fight somebody else. But even if you remember at the time, they were like, and I'm telling you, I talked after the fact to people very high up in the PBC that said, look, Fanon, you're 100% right. All Bud had to do was tell us that he was going to take another fight. Errol would have taken another fight, and then we could have done it when he was more comfortable. That's what he said. But at the same time, Errol, now look at it from the point of view of Errol. Errol just made $30 million. And he knows that he has the ability to make that amount of much of money. And just like T. Orlando said when he's being a little bit of a smart ass, but what he was explaining was that when there's theories of damages, it's like, I'm getting old, man, but it's like, what are the theories of damages? I think they are reliance, restitution, punitive, expectations. There's different things that you can consider. And what he said was that, look, your speculation, speculations are not, you can't base damages and how much you're going to receive off speculation. So it's kind of like a bird in the head. Consequential, thank you, brother. And punitive, thank you, brother. Compensatory. Consequential, compensatory. Man, I'm getting old. Reliance. I thought there was reliance, reliance, restitution, consequential, compensatory, liquidated. Yeah, he's the shit. It's been so long time, and I've never dealt with that, but he's the shit. There's theories of damages, because once you win a case, then the question is, okay, what are they going to do for you? You know, what are they going to do for you? So you have to be able to, when you're saying, I think I should get this, you know, then it has to be a theory by which you say that you're going to get it. But from a business perspective, I say that Errol Spence Jr., you know, it was kind of like, are you going to get an A or an A plus? You know what I mean? This to me seems like an A level. This is like an A. He could have got an A plus. A plus would have been to convince Terence Crawford to say, look, Terence, take a fair percentage. And he could have went and fought somebody else and then got some more money and then waited for Terence that way and let Terence starve himself out.
Right.
But Terence, to me, doesn't seem to be somebody that spends a lot of money and very well may be able to sit on money and say, whatever, I can retire off this. So anyway, the game was played, and Errol Spence Jr., I always said the leverage that Terence had in that fight was Errol's desire. Now, moving forward, though, we're under a different scenario. Now, Bud becomes a very dangerous, not low reward, because the truth of the matter is Jaron Ennis can fight about 10, 11 tomato cans, beat the tar out of them, be featured by Showtime, and before you know it, this man is going to be this dude's going to fill up arenas. And then if Bud is still there, because Bud's not getting, I'm telling you, that Jamal Charlo fight is a pipe dream for him. That's a pipe dream. If I'm Jamal Charlo, that's a pipe dream.
Yes.
Fight Tim Tszyu first. Go fight Tim Tszyu in Australia. And we will see you get past him in Australia. Go fight a man that big over there in Australia. Why go fight him? Otherwise, forget you. I'm going to fight Tim Tszyu and beat the brakes off Tim Tszyu and get my belt back.
Right.
And then you sit there and wait for a year and a half, 2 years for a fight. Because you now know, and plus take it or leave it, because I'm not going back and forth with you. Jermell Charlo has never had an interest in fighting Terence Crawford.
Exactly. Now he hasn't. And after he did what he did to Spence, I'm pretty sure that lessened the chances. And one more thing I want to say, Noop, and I'm gonna get out of here.
Yes, sir.
I was looking at Errol Spence footwork. I think they should do a rematch, but I don't think the things that he did wrong can be corrected from now to December.
That may be fair, unless for some reason that he really was physically drained and hurt and all of that. And the reason why it didn't work is because he was so fatigued or so jacked up. But I mean, it is what it is. I'll pick Terence to win that fight for sure in the rematch. I definitely, you know what I mean?
Right, because once you beat somebody, just like I tell people, fighting people in the amateurs to me means something. I go back to Vernon Forrest and Shane Mosley. Vernon Forrest just had Shane Mosley's number. It just is what it is. But okay, Noob, but keep up the good work. I'm here to support your channel, Noob. Don't let this boxing talk make you sick of headaches and don't get worked up behind this stuff, man. These folks sit behind their phones, man. Hey, they sit behind their phones. They broke and just tough on the phone, behind the phones. But hey, man, don't let this stuff worry you, man. Make your money. Say what you want to say. Block their ass.
Let me tell you, brother. No joke. Let me tell you. The arguments that we have between my brother and my father and myself when we are arguing in our house for fun is full-blown yelling that you can hear all the way down the block. Okay? We go full-blown. And trust me, bro, these dudes talking to me and trying to debate me about these subjects, Dog is like taking candy from a baby, bro. I ain't never going to be upset about some baby trying to play a tug of war with me. What you need, bud? What? Monday. Yeah, that's like it's taking candy from a baby, bro.
Okay.
You know what I
All
mean?
right.
For real. Think
Yes,
about it.
sir.
Like
I
what you do,
understand.
you do. I got these dudes every way but Sunday. All right, brother. You get
All
back,
right,
Nuke.
dude. Yo.
Yes, sir. Ray Davis, what's up, man? Last caller of the day. What's up, Ray Davis?
Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you, Fanon. God bless as always.
For sure.
I have to say, I 100% agree with you there, brother. I mean, Earl did the thing of cashing, not taking the money that he said. Hold on one second. I hear reverb. Let me do this. Here we go. So he came in there. He took the payday that he should have taken. He should have taken a bigger payday, but he negotiated because he wanted to fight. And him doing that hurt him in the long run because it's almost like you get what you pay for type situation.
Yeah.
And me seeing that says that he should have just moved on. I mean, he should have moved on. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I think at 154, he has a possibility of getting back in there. I mean, we've seen that he was frustrated after that first knockdown. He smiled. He got up very quickly. His head was on right, but he just wasn't in the game at that point. He just got frustrated and just fought wildly, just trying to measure back up. And he lost all senses of boxing. Because I've seen him move around in the ring. I've seen him turn his opponents. I've seen him jab to the body on angles. He did none of that. So with that being said, and I don't want to talk about the fight. We're talking about just in general. As far as all the the Bud buddies and I like Bud. Don't get me wrong. I like boxing. I told you I'm a boxing fan first, and that's where it came from. I just chose Earl to win that fight. I'm disappointed, but it is what it is. It ain't I ain't crying over spilt milk. But it's just too many people that are rubbing in. It's like they're throwing dirt on the wound. They're rubbing it in, and they don't. It's a little immature, but let them gloat a little bit. It's over. At the same time, I don't like the way they're throwing it at you, and you actually coming in there correctly. You're being very, very, very precise, like a knife, like a hot knife, when you're cutting through them on your reflex, and I like that. Other than that, Fanon, I just wanted to get on here, say salute. I haven't been in a while, and I just want to say thank you for everything you do for boxing. Thank you for everything you bring to the table. Thank you for everything in general, because you gave even at me. I'm a little close to you in age, but I'm younger, and us younger men have something to look up to, especially as a black man in America. We have something to look up to and something to be proud of when we see you on this stream and you doing your thing. So I just want to pay acknowledgement. I do want to pay acknowledgement to that. And I didn't forget about the camera situation. We still got to talk about that. I got some deals for you, man. I've been hitting you up on it, but you ain't been responding. Yeah, I hit you on YouTube.
What you hit me up on?
On Twitter, I said something to you, and also hit you up on Instagram. But I'll reach back out to you. I'll reach back out to you.
I mean, maybe you did that a while ago. I don't know. I'm sorry, man. I thought
no
I
worries.
answered all my Twitters. Yeah,
No worries.
send me an email, man. That's my bad.
On IG, I'm gonna send you my number on IG. We can chit chat there.
Hold on. Nah, here. Let's not do that. Go to the private chat in here. I'll just tell you this.
Okay.
Here, this is my number.
Okay.
That's just my phone number right there, man. You can see that right there in the back. Okay. So grab that now. And I'm not gonna let anybody on because actually I probably need to delete that shit real quick. I wish you had held on, dude. I really wish you had held on. Here you go. Yeah. But it is what it is, bro. Oh, lost you? Okay, don't worry about it. Just hit me on Twitter, man. We'll hook it up. Just hit me up on Twitter. All right, man. So look, I'm about to bounce. Much love to everybody in the chat. Thank y'all so much for your support. It really does mean a lot. Thank you to. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot something. Thomas Hill said you bestowed the wrench. You bestowed Detroit Marty Mart with a wrench. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Did I? I'll look to make sure I did that. Thank you, Thomas Hill. And Mr. McClain said, Ali, face of boxing, M. Blackwell, face of boxing, face of content. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Dank Luke Kane said, all these channels watch you. Yeah, it is what it is, bro. Look, man. It is what it is. All good, brother. I don't watch them, though. I guarantee you that. It's all fun, though. Peace and air, Grace. And again, Rick Timms, you know you're my guy. You know you're my man, 100 grand, Rick Timms. For sure, for sure, for sure. And with that, I'm out. Deuces.